And with pandemic or no pandemic, back to Ubuntu. And this is Ubuntu that Sis Francine has done. So you're all welcome. Please, kululani hlangu, kululani jacket, be with us, enjoy it. This is going to be engagement. It's not us against you guys. It's an engagement where we can sit together, talk together, and find a solution how we bring back life to ourselves. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Usis Poki, all the way from what Department of Tourism. Thank you very much. Hey guys, as we are continuing with our program for the day, I want to take mine off so that I feel much more better. We are not a church, as I've said. We are here to embrace this day. As we are following or we are moving forward with our program, the lady I'm about to call, or the purpose to come and tell us the purpose of the day, Miss Francine Zana, the director of Exclusive Hospitality Concept, uzawuza ngaphambili. Siyamazi sonke usisi. Bakhona bangamaziyo? Bakhona bangamaziyo usisi Francine? Oh, okay, all right. Putwam, when I was coming here, I was told that this program is all about the hospitality, and this program is all about abantu that are working in a space of hospitality. And when I was coming here, I was once went to one of the nice restaurant Apepai in Summerstrand. I went there to grab something to eat. And I was being helped by a beautiful lady, young lady, energetic, you know. Hello, Puti, hello, 112, kumnanda, and I can see, ma'am, I know maybe you're not from PE. PE is a very beautiful town. It's a friendly city. They don't call it a friendly city. Let's give it a round of applause for that. PE is a friendly city. PE is the friendly city. So as I was chowing some food, eating some food, hey, a man stood up. Just out of the blue, man stood up. Who cooked this food? Shouting. Hey, I was like, hey, now maybe the chef, they're in trouble. And the man started to, you can see the eyes from the man. It's so much anger in his face. Who cooked this food? Who cooked this food? The manager started to come in. No, sir, no. You know, you can see the manager was starting to get worried. And even the lady that was serving the gentleman started to ask, what's wrong? The man said, the food is very nice. And I was like, wow, because of the hospitality. It's not the person that is cooking. It's not the manager. They are all a team. Give a round of applause to you guys. You guys are an awesome team. And I know some of you guys are serving the food. Some of you guys are at the back. Some of you guys maybe are managers. And some of you guys are all coming here to learn and understand more about hospitality. There is a lady that is here is going to come and tell us more about the opportunities. I believe that we've got pen and something to write so that we can learn. Sis Francina, come closer. She's going to give us the purpose of the day. She's going to tell us more. Why are we all here? And she gave me quite a fruitful, Sispogazi, a little bit of a brief about herself. I'm going to read it out loud so that you guys can understand who is this person that is going to come and stand here and tell us what is the reason that we are here. She's the founder and the owner of the Exclusive Hospitality Concept, that brand that is there. Usis Francina Zana is the holder of the National Lilizela Tourism Award 2017, the Minister's Award category, and she's the winner of the Standard Bank, Sambona Pau Standard Bank over there, Masumbul Seno Standard Bank. Usis Francina is the winner of the Standard Bank Top Woman in the Eastern Cape region. She was also awarded as a Lifetime Achievement in Entrepreneurship by Siwena. And then she was also awarded as part of the top 50 companies operating in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality from the Nelson Mandela Bay mayor. And she also serves as the excellent ambassador in the Eastern Cape province. She's also the founder of the Hotel Organic Amity Range Organic Amities by Francine. She's also the founder of the Celebrating Women in Hospitality Ghana and Dinner Awards. You see, yeah, she was also awarded as Standard Bank Top Woman Regional Entrepreneur for the year 2019 National Award. She's the winner of the Women in Leadership in the African Tourism Leadership Award ATL 2019. She was also awarded as the CEO of Africa Award in 2019. Sis Francina, please come closer. Masimkomeni izandla. Sis Francina. Yeah, masiphakameni guys. She deserves simphakamelo. Sis Francina. Sis Francina, come forward. Sis Francina, come forward. Yes, Sis Francina. Usasinika sixelele kuba why we are here. Yeah. Oh, uyathanda uqosha ke. Ngena ngapha sisi wami. Ngizamile ukucacisa. Hey, hayi, ityebile. Okay. Masimqhubele izandla once more guys. Sis Francina.
In these awards zoyikisa mna lo. Molweni. I will try and remix my speech. I will speak Xhosa in English. Can you hear me? I'm a very nkenenkene person. I like to cry. So when I saw the turnout, ndacela kweyabantwana. The reason you guys are here, I'm actually happy that most of you don't know me, so that we get to host different faces than abandiqhela ubanceda. So with the tourism and hospitality industry being badly affected by COVID-19, I, as Francine, who is operating in the hospitality and tourism sector, I then sat back. Ndahlala phaa kum endlini, Motherwell, by the way. Ndacinga, what can we do for our people? I have been assisting quite a lot of number of people. Some are here, some are not here, trying to get temp jobs and permanent jobs for them. So one day I went to Mark and Bean in Green Acres, which is my office. I see some of Mark and Bean staff here. So this day I went to Mark and Bean, and the staff, they were not so bubbly on that day. They were very sad because the restaurant was closing down. So I then said to them, please give me your name and contact numbers. I will try my utmost best to find you jobs. Jobs. I don't know where. But I then went back, I went to my Facebook page, and then I started something like, please give experienced hospitality staff a second chance. And then a number of employers will call me and say, Francine, I'm looking for a cleaner for one day. Francine, I'm looking back. And it's not even permanent jobs, it's temp jobs. I have people that are working 2 days a week at set different properties, because now we need to understand, owners are also affected. That is why you are here. That is why you were retrenched. Most hotels have closed down, restaurants have closed down. So you cannot expect to be employed permanently. If you are, then that's a blessing from God. But I have managed to assist more than 50. Even today, one lady yesterday sent me a bus ticket as a proof. She's being employed by one of the radio DJs in Gauteng, and she'll be leaving Port Elizabeth today, traveling to Gauteng to go and work in Johannesburg. So this is a cross-province thing. I have received CVs not only from hospitality staff, I've received CVs from SAA staff members. And these people, when they send CVs, they are looking for anything. And then mine is to assist you, and I like the fact that you understand that when I refer you, it's completely up to you what you do. The way you present yourself, to this new employer, it's completely up to you. You need to have it in you that I'm really looking for this job. Once Francine refers you, it's no longer about me, it's about you. So today I've decided, because I always say to people, I'm a go-getter. Most of the speakers that are here, I approached them last week. Some I just phoned and say, you are on the program. I didn't even ask, but you know, sometimes when you do something and you can feel God's presence, you just, because I think the rain yesterday, that was a symbol of something. It was symbolizing blessings for all of us in this room. So I've invited companies to come and share opportunities with you guys. So we have companies that will share programs, because I want to pinpoint Kucha. I am from Motherwell and I'm your neighbor, and I've always looked at your cars, free learner driver, what, and I always wanted to know where does one go and register for this. So they are here today to present and share with you guys. So I said on my Facebook yesterday, niyathanda upost ubeke libeke. Okanye ziyakhala ke manje mazikhale nepen nephepha namhlanje ubhale lento kufuneka uyithathile in terms of information and do a follow up. Failure to do so ndikhona and I will assist you. So before sihamba, there are some companies that wanted to present but they couldn't come because program ityebile as is. There are some who are requesting your CVs. So when you send them to me, I will send them to them. When it's ikubo ixhomekeke kubo if bayaqesha. So that is the reason why you're here. Xa ufonelwa nguFrancine, lo Francine ke lokuthethwa ngayo umnyama ukufa. Ndiyabulela.
Enkosi kakhulu, Sis Francina. Cela simqhobeni izandla once more, Sis Francina. Yeah. Bekuthiwe mos masikhuleni ibhatyi. So nikhulile nami ibhatyi. We are going to do another presentation by the NTT, Miss Maylene Broderick, the Chief Director, Enterprise Development and Transformation. Please come closer, Miss Maylene Broderick. Cela simqhobeni izandla. Umama azosinika pha. Okay. Morning, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Moweni, Goeiemorgen, good morning. My name's Maylene Broderick from the Department of Tourism, as the Program Director has indicated. And, you know, when I was listening to Francina's achievements and CV, I remember her approaching me in 2018-19 to say she had this vision. We were at Tambo Airport and she indicated to me she wanted to do something for the frontline workers in the hospitality sector, because the Lelizela Awards, most of the awards and programs, etc., are for GMs, owners of businesses, and not for the people who actually make it happen, the waitrons, you know, the housekeepers, front desk staff. Without those people, our business wouldn't happen. And I said to her, okay, Francina, at the time I thought, okay, another idea. When you have something, then you can come and talk to me. I will see if I can assist you, because I wanted to see what incentive and drive she had. And today we sit where we are now. So when she called me and asked, I didn't even say, can I think about it? I just said, when do you want me? What time? I will be there, because I really believe in what she's doing. So Francina, to you, thank you for inviting us to this incredible opportunity. As has been said, our sector has been really badly impacted by the pandemic, and not just in South Africa, globally. And we were, you know, from a tourism perspective, as you know, the department has limited funds because we all had to pool our money to fight COVID. Yes, there's a lot of stories around the corruption and everything that happened, but the bottom line is, you know, we had limited funds and we were only able to assist with a grant and small funding for guides. And that was nowhere near enough. So we had a global consultation, and I was talking to my counterparts in the US, in Australia, in Canada, and what they're finding is hospitality staff, frontline staff, they have a severe shortage. They just cannot, there's too many jobs and not enough people in Canada and the US for frontline workers. And that is because a lot of the frontline workers in those countries have decided not to go back into hospitality. The hours are brutal. You know that. The pay is not necessarily commensurate with the amount of hours and the hard work that needs to go in. So a lot of people are just opting out of hospitality. So globally, there's a huge shortage of workers. You know, because North America, as you know, started their vaccines and recovery long before us, so their recovery is ahead of ours. So when Francina said she wanted to give an opportunity to people to look not necessarily only in the hospitality sector, because once you have customer service skills, that translates into many, many environments. So I was really, you know, enthused to hear the likes of Telkom, Standard Bank, all the other companies that are here. I'm not saying leave the hospitality sector, not at all, because we're starting to see the signs of recovery. The place I stayed in last night was absolutely packed, and I must agree with the program director. I left my iPad on the plane, and I got to my hotel and I realized, oh, I don't have my iPad. But there was a few missed calls driving from the airport, and they called me to say, you know, a cleaner on the plane had found my iPad and given it into lost property. So amen to PE. I really think you're 100% correct. Had that been in Joburg, where I live, I would not have my iPad today. That I can assure you. So thank you, PE. The staff at the hotel, I just amazing experience. Beautiful, beautiful city. So today, Francina asked me to speak to you about some of the programs that we have at the department. And most of them have already started, but we are in the process of planning for 2022-23. So I would like to hear from yourselves, you know, what are the kinds of things that you would like assistance on? Financial assistance is there in terms of the programs that we have for businesses, but not, you know, the small funds are just not there. So if you're a bed and breakfast owner or a guest house owner, or you want to start, you know, a hiking business, there isn't anywhere for you to go to say, can I buy, you know, 10 tents? I just need 100,000. Because that will actually take you to the next level. I just need a stove to be able to cook meals in my establishment. So that's not a lot of money. But all the funds that are there from the banks, ourselves, the development finance institutions, there is this huge gap. So we are looking at closing that gap, and we're looking at it not being a fund, per se, because a fund you need to pay something back, but looking at predominantly grants. But when you get a grant, we want you to be able to pay it forward as well. So in the event that the department would give you a grant, whether it's 250,000 or 1.5, we need you to guarantee us that you'll employ a young person for a year. Because that way we're tangibly changing the economy rather than saying, I'll give you a grant and you go off into the sunset. So that is still under consideration, and hopefully we'll be able to launch something like that next year. So I'm the Chief Director of Enterprise Development and Transformation. I have the Enterprise Development Incubation and Non-Financial Support Program, Domestic Tourism, Responsible Tourism, which also includes community-based tourism, the Women in Tourism Program, and the Tourism BE Council, all report into my Chief Directorate. Under the Enterprise Development Program, we do a coaching program, We have an incubation program, supply development, and also training, development, and mentorship. At the moment, we have 4 incubators, 3 of which are have closed now. Pilanesberg, Manyaleti in Mpumalanga, and Palabora and Meer in the Northern Cape. We don't have an incubation support program in the Eastern Cape, but I'll get to that in a little bit later. This year, we launched a tourism tech incubation support program for 20 young people who have ideas around technology innovation in the tourism sector. We know, we've seen when we went into this pandemic, everything started to happen online. There was e-meetings, Zoom, Google, all of these things, and there was a whole set of new skills, and people started to book. We wanted contactless check-ins. Nowadays, very few people go to a travel agency. You can do everything on your mobile device. You can book your whole package. So we wanted to challenge young people to come up with business ideas. And we put out a call for proposal. And till today, we only had 10 businesses that actually are viable, that actually can. So we still have 10 spaces that we would like to open, focusing on women, young people, and people living with disabilities. We had over 100 applications, but the ideas were just to fulfill the brief of the application. People didn't take the time to research the idea. So they make a submission, we then interview in a panel. People were not prepared at all. They didn't understand why they wanted to do the business they wanted to do. They just saw a program, they'd been retrenched, and we understood where, people were desperate, as Francina has indicated. But once you have that opportunity and that door opens for you, how are you preparing yourself for that opportunity? Because the opportunities were there. So till today, we just last week managed to fill another 5 spots, so we still have 5 spots that are open. So if there's any young people in here today, women, people living with disabilities, that have a technological idea that will assist the tourism sector, we're still looking to place 5 people. The program is based obviously in Gauteng, but it's online, but when there are modules that require you to be there, the program covers your accommodation, your transport costs and everything, because we're working with TIA, the Technology Innovation Agency, which is an agency of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. The other program that we launched was the Tour Operator Incubation Program. We had space for 40 people. We had over 1,000 applications, which shows you the need out there, because what we wanted to do was develop a cohort of emerging tour operators to the next level. When you look at all the major tour operating companies, there are no major tour operating companies that are fully empowered or even owned by women. When you look at the tourism sector, women are in the sector, but we are at hospitality level, a GM here or there, but in terms of transportation, tour operation, very few women actually own the operating companies. So we now have 44 people from across South Africa who we are training in the tour operator company, and what we're trying to do is build consortiums of those tour operators, and we'll be able to assist them to acquire, whether it's tour buses, etc., so that we can have emerging tour operator companies that can compete with the likes of Atlas, etc., because at the moment we don't have that. So that we have now 44 young people across the country in that program. You all know of I'm sure, the various training programs that we run. We have a chef training program, and we have a sommelier training program where we train people to be wine sommeliers and stewards. Also a national chef training program. But what was happening every year is that we were training 100 people, 150 people, and we couldn't place them, because businesses were overwhelmed with all the people we had trained. So what we said was we need to take this to the next level. So we then opened a program called a Food Service Incubation Program that has been run by a company called Wakanda Dark Kitchens. And we opened the application process up to people who are trained as chefs, baristas or sommeliers. We had over 3,000 applications for 100 young people, for 100 spaces. So absolutely the need is definitely there, and we are looking at having a second iteration for the next program. And what we're going to do is train those, there's 110 people in the program to start their own food services businesses. As you saw during the pandemic, a lot of people pivoted and started to do their own businesses at home, selling food. And now as we move, you know, hopefully we won't have such a bad fourth wave. Catering, government events are starting to come up again, festivals. So we're really hoping to train these people to start their own businesses. We'll be assisting them with acquiring, whether it's a food truck or, you know, using our visitor information other ways to get information when they're traveling. So we want to convert those visitor information centers and take, for example, a chef, a baker, and a sommelier or a barista, and turn that into a restaurant for those young people so that they can, you know, be self-employed and hopefully employ other people. And then the value chain around that visitor center also gets enhanced, because you're going to need produce, you're going to need milk, you're going to need vegetables to actually come into that visitor information center. So that program is already underway. This year as well, I was just talking to Duma from ECPTA, we are there's a number of projects around the country that the department builds for communities. All over South Africa we build, and Duma will speak to you, we were just chatting, there's a number of them in the Eastern Cape. A couple of years ago we had World Tourism Day in the Eastern Cape, and during that time Minister then, Derek Hanekom, wanted to launch this community facility we'd built just outside Port St. John's. But the community had a problem with service delivery in the municipality. So 2 days before we just built beautiful chalets, reception center, fully kitted out for the community. Bedding, linen, crockery, cutlery, beautiful. The community burnt that facility to the ground just before we were about to open, because they had service delivery challenges with the municipality. So that was a lesson for us to say, you know, when we build these, we did employ community members in the project, but we didn't at the same time train the community to understand the value of that project in their community. Train them to make sure that whoever comes on there to manage that establishment, that resort that we had built for them, by the time they open, they know they have a guest relations manager, they have a marketing manager, they have a chef. So we need to do that simultaneous to the building of all these facilities. So this year we're piloting 2 community-based tourism incubation projects across the country, where we're taking these projects that we are building across communities and putting a cohort of the community through a 2-year training program, so that when the lodge or the facility or the trails, etc., are built, we hand it over to the community is ready to run it, and they will see the value of keeping that business going, as opposed to being upset with the municipality because of service delivery and then burning it to the ground. So that's a new program that we've started this year. As I said, we also do various financial literacy programs, because when we opened the Tourism Relief Fund, we had a serious challenge with businesses in township and rural areas. When you're an established business operating here in PE or East London, you're more than likely a member of SATSA. Our rural and tourism township businesses are not necessarily affiliated to any organization. So for us to get information to them was almost impossible. And by the time we got information to them, we were inundated with applications from those who were already members of SATSA, etc. And those people, everybody needed it. But the need was far greater in the rural areas and the townships. But we got to them last because there wasn't an organized body for us to deal with township and rural businesses. So when the applications came, there was no compliance. There was no VAT certificate, there was no UIF. The very things that the lady who prayed for us spoke about, you know, fire compliance, grading, all of that was not in place. And so as a result of that, there were many businesses in those areas we couldn't assist. So we've now signed an MOU with CEDA, so you can walk into any CEDA office across the country and they will assist you, if you're a tourism business, with getting your compliance up to scratch. Now we know it's very difficult because when I was coming here, even when I'll talk about the Women in Tourism program just now, but we just finished a series of annual general meetings across the country, and we like to use women-owned establishments. I prefer to stay in a bed and breakfast, preferably owned by, a previously disadvantaged individual. But we can't book the facilities anymore as government because there's been no revenue in the last year and a half. So your tax is not up to date. Your UIF is not up to date. And as a government employee, I can't book that facility because you're not compliant with taxes. So we are now talking to SARS, and SARS will go on a national roadshow with us to see how we can overcome this. Because it's not your fault that you're not tax compliant. You haven't had revenue, so you can't pay your outstanding municipal bills, etc., etc. So it's something that we as government have learned, that we want you to be compliant, because when I book into your bed and breakfast and I'm a government employee, the money I'm using is taxpayers' money. So when I stay there, I need to have specific things in place, which is what is required from our grading. I also need to know that you are tax compliant, you are UIF compliant. It's safe for me to stay there. But how will we get you there if you haven't had the revenue to be able to do it? So it's been a lesson for us as well. And we're working with partners to try and make sure that we quickly assist. There's already, from a grading perspective, you can get your grading certificates without any cash up front anymore, because Minister put a moratorium on that last year. So just make sure you take advantage of that. Those are the sorts of things that you can keep up to date, because we have negotiated that on your behalf. We also have a contractor maintenance program with South African National Parks, where we selected 60 SMME contractors across the country. There's some here because there's 3 teams in Addo, actually. And there were 3 contractors selected from the neighboring communities. We've trained them for 2 years, and they are the ones that will have the contract for the maintenance of Addo and all South African national parks across the country using SMME contractors. Unfortunately, not many women SMME contractors, a lot of youth, but not many women in that regard. So that's something that we want to change. We just don't want to be bed and breakfast owners. We want to also be on the other side. We also have the Women in Tourism program. And I'm not sure how many of you are members of the Women in Tourism in the Eastern Cape. You used to have the most active chapter in the country. We have 9 chapters across the country. Limpopo has now exceeded you. Your chapter fell by the wayside during the pandemic, and we just re-elected a new executive, and I hope they pick up the momentum again. Because if you're a member of the Women in Tourism chapter, whether you're an owner or a worker, there are various training programs that you become eligible for by virtue of being a member of Women in Tourism. And we've asked for a moratorium on the membership on the basis that if you get into any of the training programs, you will use that year or 2 years, however long the program is, to get your membership up to speed. I think it's only 500 Rand a year. We just finished, we're in the process of selecting. South African Tourism and Nedbank have done a Women in Tourism Business Development Program for 225 women, 25 from the Eastern Cape. We had 61 applications actually from the Eastern Cape for women to be in that program. And we are in the process of now the adjudication. The 25 women will run through a year-long program to be assisted with business mentorship and development, and the top 5 women in the province after that will be given a mentor for another 6 months. And then the department will launch a second round at the end of November. And the first one is only open to women who own businesses. The second one, we're going to open it up to people who want to start a business and would like to be in a program for 2 years so that they can be shown how to do that. Tour guides who need to be put through, because we really found our guides and our tour operators are not necessarily, because they're not formally registered businesses. So how do we assist them? So we'll be expanding it to that. We have the NTCE for young people, the Tourism Careers Expo, the guide training, Mandarin training, the market access program, which is on hold because you know there are no trade shows happening at the moment. That's just started up. So we're waiting for a minister to approve that. The Tourism Buddies program, the Tourism Monitors program, and then of course the youth the chefs program, the Somalia program, food safety program, and also the homestay development program, because that's something that we want to do in the township and rural areas, where we assist women who have. What we found is when we went on a roadshow just before the pandemic started, tourists overseas were saying, South Africa, your product offering is stale. We're tired of the Big Five. We're tired of Cape Town. So what can you offer us that's more authentic, where we can actually live in the communities, contribute to those communities, hence our homestay program. We're assisting at the moment 288 homestays across the country to be able to get their homes up to scratch, to be able to receive tourists and have them stay in their neighborhoods and contribute to the development of that program. So from our side, I think there's quite a lot that we are doing as the department in trying to assist. We're working much more closely with the Department of Small Business and CEDA. Like I said, we have the agreement with CEDA where you can go and get all your compliance documents done. We are doing a number of incubation programs. Next year we'll do another 3. We're still conceptualizing those where we'll be able to assist, and of course this gap, or called the missing middle fund. We've met with the likes of some corporates who I'm not at liberty to mention today, to actually ring fence some of their funding for the tourism sector, because we are the worst affected by the pandemic. So I would urge you to watch the space, make sure you check the department's website. The programs that I mentioned have all had the applications closed, but we will be opening a new round of applications, as I said, for the Women in Tourism program at the end of November. And then the new incubator and training support programs will be open probably around April of next year. But if there's anybody who knows of young people, women, or people with disabilities that have a tourism technology business that they think can be taken to the next level, please contact me through Francina. We have a place for 5 people to be supported for 2 years, from the ideation right up until the development of the IP, the intellectual property, and the funding to actually get the business started. We have a soft loan program with Standard Bank at the moment through our incubators, because we've also negotiated with the banks that if you're in an incubation support program by the department, they are more likely to grant you funding because they know you have this support. Most banks are not user-friendly to our sector at all. And the reason they gave us is that, you know, we don't want to be lending money to people like we've already seen. Houses are being taken back. Vehicles are being repossessed, and that's often their primary vehicle or their primary residence if it's a bed and breakfast. And what do we do with a market with all these bed and breakfasts or vehicles on the market? But if you're in an incubation support program, they're more than likely to be able to assist. Like I said, we have an agreement with Nedbank and also with Standard Bank for soft loans, and that means you have a 6-month payment holiday, as well as reduced interest rates, etc., that we've been able to negotiate with our incubation support programs. So I think from my side, that's it. Francina asked me just to share with what we're doing, but I would like to, you know, hear from you what it is, the kind of support that you would need. Financial support is not something that is on the table, with the exception of the proposed fund. But as you retool and reskill yourself, what is it that the department can be able to assist you? Are you moving out of the hospitality sector? If you're staying in the hospitality sector, what are the skill sets that you think you're going to be required to pivot during this pandemic, reskill and retool yourself to be able to respond to the changes that have occurred in the market, because it has changed, fundamentally so. So on that note, thank you very much for this opportunity. Francina, Program Director, on behalf of the Department of Tourism, thank you for hosting me today, Gqeberha.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that fruitful and an eye-opening presentation. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause, guys, once again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we are waiting for our next speaker, from the hospitality representative, Miss Tanya Planconeres. I apologize if I'm spelling that incorrect, but we are going to give next to our new speaker, Miss Tanya. Before she comes through to give us that talk or that presentation, I just want us to remind ourselves what is the reason we are here. This event is all about giving strength and new ideas and new energy in the hospitality industry. She have told us what to do. She have gave us the new ideas. She also touched base on the background of the tourism side. Thank you very much, ma'am. As we know, we've got so many youth that is in the house, and maybe they want to open their businesses, or some of them, they have ideas, but she have mentioned and touched that. And also we know that Sis Francina is running here also. The concept, we should always learn and understand that it's not about who you are, your background. It's possible. To just give you guys hope, to give you guys the new strength. To the new representative, Miss Tanya Adumboni. Miss Tanya, please come forward. Oh, there she is. Okay. Miss Tanya, please give her a round of applause, guys. Over to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Molweni. When Mama Francine gives me a call, my heart always skips a beat because she always puts me out of my comfort zone. But every time EHC comes onto my phone, I know it's for a good cause. And so I want to say thank you to Francine for allowing me to have a microphone in my hand and allowing me to have a voice to speak to all of you. So I asked Francine, okay, so you've asked me to come and chat to you. What do you want me to chat to the guests about? And she answered, Mama, I want you just to give the guests some hope. So my name is Tanya Plakonoris. And I've been in the hospitality industry since 2003. I'm actually a trained conservationist. I wanted to go and work in national parks and be a game ranger, but that happened in 1995, and I couldn't really be the game ranger because I was a girl. And I went back home and I told my dad, Daddy, they don't really want to employ girls in the conservation industry because I don't know how to shoot a rifle. And the first thing he said to me, well, let's go and buy you a rifle. And so we went to the gun shop and we went to the place where I had no idea what I was in for, but I taught myself how to shoot a rifle. And with the help of my father and at that time my boyfriend, and he is now my husband of 26 years. So, and I'm not in conservation. I'm in hospitality. So, yeah. Francine told me I need to come and speak to you about hope. It's a really good, challenging topic during these times we're facing today, right? But then it came to me very, very clearly. I can't chat to you about hope, and I can't give you hope either. You need to give yourself hope. Listen to what I'm saying. I can't give you hope. Francine can't give you hope. The government can't give you hope. Your parents can't give you hope. You have to give yourself hope. So, I love to do these things in my own spare time. I like to take the word and I like to put a meaning to each letter that belongs in the word hope. It was quite easy because I just actually went onto the computer and I wrote hope, and it meant hold on, pain ends. That's nice, eh? Hold on, so H-O-P-E, hold on, pain ends. So hope is a positive state of mind based on an expectation of positive outcomes. Do you see how I've told you that Francine gets me out of my comfort zone? I hate speaking to people in front. Look at my microphone, it's like shaking. I prefer to be back of house, let me tell you. So, psychologists believe that there are very rewarding mental benefits associated with hope. Hope leads to learning goals. Can anybody tell me what that means? Hope takes you to learning goals. Anybody? If you wake up with hope in your heart every single morning, it will lead you to learning goals. Today, hope has led you to here, right? Hope is leading you to future goals, right? People with learning goals are actively engaged in their learning, constantly planning to meet their goals and monitoring their progress to stay on track. I told you that I was in the hospitality industry since 2003. I actually went into the training and development sector in 2015 because I knew that my heart was there. But in 2019, both my husband and I nearly lost a lot early 2020 because we have been in the tourism sector and we've been in the training and development. But as you all know, tourism took a big dip. So I had to reinvent myself. I had to start waking up with a new hope, new learning goals. So I kept looking for some other alternatives. And I actually went into the water business. Can you believe it? I knocked on some of the doors. I also went and pounded the pavement. And I went into some companies and I got employed in a water company. To do what? Customer service. So I reinvented myself from running hotels, from doing training and development, to doing customer service in water shops. Because my learning goals, my hope, had to make me do that. It had to make me feel discomfort and take me to another part of the world. Water companies. So yes, it's not a hotel. Yes, it's not a restaurant. It's not a guest house. It's not training and development for hospitality students. It's customer service in a water shop. But it's brought food to my table. It's paid for my school fees for my children. Why is hope important? At certain times of life, it is very difficult. Many obstacles arise, eating at our happiness. Having goals is not enough. It is important to keep getting closer to those goals. By navigating bumps in the road, hope allows people to form a mindset to eventually achieve the final route to success. So what is hope? Hope is simply positive thinking. Yeah? Should I say that again? Hope is simply positive thinking. Okay? Waking up in the morning and having a positive mindset. I know it's hard, people. I know it is hard to wake up and there's no electricity. Sometimes there is no water, no food on the table. Your children are crying because they are hungry. I know. It is hard. But dig deep. Hope. What was that meaning that I had? Hold on. Pain ends. So when I say to you to have a positive thinking mindset, I'll give you some ideas. Have a bright outlook. So wake up and say, this is not going to be here for very much longer. Be cheerful. Smile. And the world will smile back at you. Some people will think you're stupid. Hi, boy, check at this lady. Does she not know that things are really bad and yeah, she's smiling like she's an absolute idiot? Yes, smile back, smile. Do you know that my child and I play a game in the car every morning? We see how many people wave back at her in the car. So we drive in the traffic and she waves. Some days she gets out of the car very sad because no one has waved back. But do you think she plays again tomorrow? Yes, she does. Because she has hope. And then I say to her, how many strikes did you have today? Hey, Mama, 5 people waved back at me. Sure, Mama, 10 people today waved back at me. And then when I ask her, how many people waved back at you today? None. Oh no, my girl. Are you sad? No, because I still waved. That's nice. So, enthusiasm, great expectations, and optimism is what I see as hope. I don't want you to believe that every single day you must be cheerful and enthusiastic. We do have our bad days. And I want you to have those bad days because those bad days make the good days really good. So you must have a positive outlook. So the ugly word in this room today is retrench. Yeah? We've been labeled as retrenched people. I've been retrenched twice in my lifetime, up until now. I might still be retrenched in the coming years. I currently own my own business, so actually I get retrenched quite often because I'll go to a place and ask if they want my services and they say no thanks. So my father always used to say to me, you know what no means? My dad always used to say, when you hear the word no, change it to next opportunity. Right? So send those CVs, people. Send them out. Go and knock on those doors. Take no for an answer. Take it. But no means next opportunity. So when I looked up the word retrench, yeah, I realized what retrench means. But I want to leave this room today with optimism. I want to leave this room today with enthusiasm. So I took the word retrench and I looked at the meaning or the opposite meaning of retrench. To add, to develop, to enlarge, to expand, to be free, to grow, to increase, raise, strengthen, amplify, stretch, boost, make longer, draw out, let go. So yes, the word retrench comes in mind, and we are here looking for opportunities because we want to grow, we want to let go, and our pain will end. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but the promise is always there. It will end. So I hope my last 10 or 15 minutes with you has been enlightening. And I want to say thank you, Mama Francine, for allowing me to come and chat again. And yeah, we go back a long way. I first met Francine when she came to the hotel that I was managing in 2008. And she came in for an interview. And at the time, I was only offering her a position of a housekeeper. And her previous position was paying her a lot more than what I was going to offer her at this particular hotel. You know what she said to me? It's okay, I won't be there long. I looked at her and I said, yo, I think she's going to be one of my best friends. Every time she knocked on my office door, I knew she brought trouble because she brought attitude. But she brought attitude with respect. And that's what employers are looking for. I have been fortunate enough to be an employer. And so what we look for in employees is a positive, disciplined attitude, not an arrogant attitude. What we look in employees is self-respect. So ladies, especially the ladies, don't come with your most expensive weave to the interview and then tell me you are hungry. Men, don't come holding your crotch, adjusting them, showing me confidence. Remember, in the room, there are multicultures, and we are so narrow-minded because we only want to respect our own culture, which is absolutely pathetic. So bear that in mind, that when you are talking to many people in the world, try and see their world before you see yours. Don't go into the interview room saying, I'll do anything, ma'am. I'll do anything for a job. No, you won't. Don't say that, because you respect yourself. Are you willing to learn? Don't tell me you are willing to learn. Show me. How do you show me? I look on your CV and I see how often you have volunteered, how often you have gone to programs that don't pay you, but they have given you learning goals. So, I do wish you luck. I do pray for you, but I can't give you hope because you are going to give it yourself. Yeah? You give yourself hope. So thanks again, everyone, and we'll be chatting. Take care.
Thank you very much to Tanya. Can you please give a round of applause once more, guys? That was wonderful. That was super. As she was talking, I was listening to her attentively, and she mentioned something about hope. Hope is not something that is easy. She have mentioned that we have to have that positive energy. Guys, let's have that positive energy. As much as it's not easy, but let us try. Let us also, she mentioned that we must have goals. To have goals, it's something that you must always try every day. To have goals, you must always try to knock those doors. She have mentioned that also, that no means next opportunity. Can we please give a round of applause once more, guys? Guys, as we are moving on to our next lady from Standard Bank, Usisi Pakla Kona, igama lakhe is not Mr. Lazola, ngusisi, Miss Lazola. She's coming closer. Please come next to me, Siswam. Ngusisi, Miss Lazola Dlengezele from Standard Bank. She's going to take us through to what is Standard Bank doing today. Maybe she's got more opportunities. She's going to take us through. Come, Siswam. Cela simqhobe nizandla. Nkosi kakhulu.
Molweni bethuna. Okay, so mnanzo bamdene. Siphakla tafile the whole day. So we're available to everyone the whole day. I might not cover everything from here, but if you've got any questions, please feel free to come to us and we'll explain everything to you. So mna today, I'm from a department called Employer Value Banking. So we go out to companies, we try and to equip employees with the financial wellness. So we try and help them save, try and educate them on budgeting, all of those things, that's what we do. So when Usis Francine invited us today, it's such an honor to be here because the bank is all about growth, the bank is about opportunity, and we're about entrepreneurs. That's the one thing that all banks are aware of, that the future of Africa is entrepreneurship. You have to do your own thing. So the motto here to Standard Bank is that Africa is our home and we drive her growth. So how do we drive Africa's growth? By investing in our youth and our entrepreneurs, right? So everything that I'll be talking about here, we've got on our Standard Bank website. So Standard Bank has something called Thincubate. So if you think about incubate, it's called Thincubate. So it's basically a free course that we give to the youth and startup entrepreneurs. You go to our website, you register. We'll be able to give you developmental plans on how to build your business plan. We give you access to mentors that will help you. We give you a bespoke plan, so that means a personalized plan, basically, that is according to your business, because every person here is not going to have the same business or the same idea. So then we give you a personalized plan about your business, how to basically put yourself in the market. That is free of charge. We also have an online digital course. An online digital course is free of charge also. So everything that I'm mentioning here, there is no charge. And you don't have to bank with Standard Bank to actually be able to have this opportunity and have this digital platform. So you go to our website, it teaches you how to construct your CV. It teaches you how to work with a computer. So if you've never had a computer at home, you know most of you go to university, the first year you study computer. And there's about 5,000, 7,000 rand that you spend on just studying how to use a computer. So we're giving this online training on how to use a computer, how to use Microsoft for your company, how to use Excel for your company, how to protect your company on the company's website from hackers. So all those things we give you free of charge on our website. That's because we know the future is our youth and the future is entrepreneurship. So I also want to touch on what everyone has said today about hope and about mindset. So there's a verse in the Bible that says, what a man thinketh, so he becomes. So your mindset is everything. So your today, it's just today, it's not tomorrow. I'm going to tell you about myself. I'm from East London originally, from Mtanzane. Anyone know Mtanzane up? Yes, I love to see it, love it. So I'm the firstborn, the oldest, and I'm the first to matriculate. Then came the pressure of varsity. Luckily, I got a bursary to come to varsity, the first to graduate in varsity. So Uthixo will show you a first of many in your life. So you might have been the first one to get a job, but then you got retrenched. But it could be that God has another plan for you. He's trying to wake you up. You're here for a reason. You didn't wake up today and think, I must just come here. God brought you here. Everything happens for a reason. You're here to learn. You're here to think of a different perspective. You might think, okay, you're in the tourism, but maybe you must do your own thing. God is trying to tell you. He's trying to speak through me, through all the speakers, to say, maybe you must just start your own thing. I've closed this door for a reason. Not because I'm punishing you, but I see something better for you. That's why I closed this door. If I didn't close this door, you would have never looked at the other door. So now this is your opportunity to go and look for another door that God has for you. So this one is closed, but your today is not your tomorrow. This is not your future. And the fact that you are here tells me that you know that this is not your future. You see the future that it's way bigger than this. So I'm not going to dwell because I see now after I speak, it's a 15-minute break. So I'm not going to dwell too much on what we do. But I just wanted to let you know that we've got those courses and we've got accounts that are actually for youth. We've got accounts that are youth. Back in the day, all banks offered e-check account, right? And it was expensive. So Standard Bank had to rebrand. We had to listen to the market and not offer you what we think you want, but actually listen to you and what you want. And a lot of people came back to us and said, look, we don't really care about the fancy names you guys have. We don't care about the black card you guys give us. We don't care about this fancy gold cards you guys have. We just want something that we can afford. So that if we've got a little smaller amount that I want to put in, I don't have to stress about bank charges. So we decided, okay then, because we want to invest in the youth, we're going to come with an account and we're going to change the concept. We've got an account called a MyMo, My Money, My Moment. That's the account we've got. It's a check account, but it's the cheapest check account you'll find on the market because it's R4.95. R5 check account, the cheapest on the market. Why we introduced that account is that we realized that as much as you might not be employed now, or you might not have your business now, once you start up and once you get a job, you are going to need a check account because that's going to help you with your credit score. So now when you have a job, you want to buy a house or you want to buy a car, you want to do whatever you want, your bank is going to tell you, unfortunately, I can't help you because you don't have a credit score. I'm going to need you to go and open a Makam account or a Foshini account for 6 months to build your credit score. And that's not the way we want our youth to go. We don't want you guys to go and open credits that you don't need because we want you to invest in your future. We don't want you to start your first job, you open a clothing account and now you're stuck with this credit that you don't need. Whereas you can have an account when you're starting up, it's already building your credit score for the cheapest amount possible. As I've said, our motto is Africa is our home and we drive her growth. So anything that Standard Bank can do to invest in the youth, we will do. And that's why we have these programs available. I'm not going to dwell too long on it, but please, if you're interested and you're sitting right there, you can leave your details. We can call you, have one-on-ones. We've got mentors. We've got everyone that specializes in the different departments or in the different business ventures that you guys might be interested in. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swam. Thank you very much. See. Yes. Usisi Wetu, she's from Standard Bank. Before we go to the break, can we please all stand up? Can we all please stand up? Thank you very much, Swam, with that information from Standard Bank. She told us more about Standard Bank. Wherever you are standing, can you just push your shoulders back? Push your shoulders back. You know, this program is very nice and easily, so we're stretching up a little bit our shoulders before we go to the break, and then we push forward, You know, maybe she's coming all the way from Joburg, and the neck is stiff, you know. I can see you, Sisi Pangumilu Vakamnandi. I hope you guys are taking the notes. Please enjoy the break and have fun. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Give us some nice music. 15 minutes break and then we come back. Thank you very much, guys. Guys, let's network, let's chat. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Okay. All right. As I can see, maybe a few of them are still having some cup of coffee and some juice. Thank you very much, guys, for going there and coming back in time. We're going to continue now with our program for the day. We are waiting for Mr. Luto from Engeli. As we all know, the mission for the day is to give you guys hope and to also to give you guys some more information in your space in terms of the hospitality industry. And then also, while I was having a cup of coffee with some, I spoke to one of the ladies that is one of the guests for today. We engaged with Usisi. She mentioned that this program is very fruitful. She's learning few things, and also she mentioned that this program is all about understanding what is happening currently, and to also maybe to get solution that are happening currently, because we all know some of us under COVID, and some of us maybe lost jobs, and some of us are not working, and maybe some of us wants to open businesses, and maybe some of us that are here, they've got ideas. Not all of us will be business people, and also not all of us will be employees or siqeshwe. So everyone that is here came with a purpose, came with a reason. We have a mission. The reason that we are here is because of something. Uputi ke silindele uputi Mr. Luto from Engeli. Makasondele nango ubralutos masimkhomela izandla isangapha ubralutos. Hey, ndiyakhangela. You see, ubhuti wami before uthethe Mhlekazi, I've never met him. It's the first time I've seen him. Kalimchongeni, guys, is youth. Today, ma'am, we all about the youth. I'm not saying someone that is here is not a youth, but it's good to see young guys coming in. Osisabacha, there's bazoma what's the space. Over to you, my brother. All the best. Shohut. Nanse putwam. Masimkhobele nizandla ubhuti wethu, uBralux. Sure. Mike, switch it on.
Good afternoon. Perfect. Right.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luto Kwili, and as Uputu has already mentioned, I work for a company called Engeli Enterprise Development. Just before I start off, though, I'd just like to thank Umam Francis Zana for inviting us here today. It was most certainly a pleasure to be invited to such an event. So once again, I'd just like to thank her before we get started. So as I said, my name is Luto Kwili. I work for Engeli Enterprise Development. With me, I've got my colleague, Mr. Sango Tena, who forms part of the marketing department. I myself fall under the Human Capital Solutions department. And basically, my purpose here today is just to share a bit of information in terms of who we are, first of all, and what sort of opportunities that we have. So first of all, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of who we are. So Engeli Enterprise Development is just a management consulting firm. that started back in about 2011. So we've been in business for roughly 10 years. So we offer a wide range of services ranging from triple BE consulting to supply chain solutions to business incubation to corporate fund and private equity management. We're also an accredited financial services provider as well as an accredited black fund manager. So with that being said, we are a level 2 triple BE contributor. That's about 51% black owned and about 46% black women owned, all right? And funny enough, our offices are literally just up the road at 7 Oakworth Road in South End. So what we specifically do, specifically under our division, we run a program that's called the YES program. Just by a show of hands, by anyone sitting here, has anyone heard of the YES program? Got one hand. Oh, I think I noticed Miranda. All right, perfect. So it's actually glad that you have one of the alumni who's actually from the program itself. But just to give you a basic overview, the YES program itself is just basically a program that was put together by government in collaboration with businesses just to create work opportunities specifically for youth. So we all know that as it stands, the youth unemployment rate currently sits at around 46.3%, which is obviously quite alarming. So obviously what the government went and done is they've put together such an initiative working specifically with businesses just to create work opportunities for youth, but specifically for the period of 1 year. So that being said, the program was launched about in March 2018 by the president himself, Cyril Ramaphosa, but was only officially gazetted in about August of 2018. So you can imagine it's still a fairly new initiative, and we ourselves have been running with it since about 2019. So we've got about 2 years of experience with running with this particular program. With that being said, we've placed about 520 people, or specifically youth, in the period of those 2 years across multiple companies. Our focus is primarily companies with the automotive space. So you'll notice a lot of our clients are in the automotive space, like the Continentals, the Tenneco, the VWs, and so forth. So that's our current figure at this point in time. But I also just wanted to give everyone an overview in terms of what the eligibility criteria is so that we can all have a better understanding of what the program entails. So to be part and parcel of the program, there's a number of criteria that needs to be met. So the first one is that people need to be between the ages of 18 and 35. That's quite important. Secondly, that each and every individual that is considered for the program needs to be currently unemployed. Thirdly, candidates that are obviously considered for this program need not to be full-time students. They can be part-time students who are willing to make that exception, but also they must not be part of any internship, learnership, or apprenticeship. And lastly, they must not have previously benefited from a program of this nature for longer than 8 months. So that's just the basic criteria. It also depends on the client that we have at the time specifically who may have additional requirements to the ones that I've just listed. So that's how it basically works. And generally, so this works from a BE perspective. So how it works is we have a particular client, company A, approach us, and then they have a specific target, meaning a number of youth that they need to employ specifically for those 12 months, all right? And from them, the benefit is, from a BE perspective, whether they go 1 or 2 levels up, but more so the impact is behind creating those work opportunities and giving back to the youth, and making sure that the youth are also economically active and they're not secluded from participating in the economy. So generally, if the company A has the capacity to place on site, then we do so. So we place X number of youth on site for those 12 months where those candidates will gain experience, whether it ranges from marketing to HR to engineering, depending on the vacancies that the company has available. If the company does not have the capacity to place on site, this is when then we as a company go out and search for what we like to call host employers. And these are just basically companies that are looking for assistance but may not have the financial means to be able to cover the salaries youth. And the beauty of this is, so company A is liable for the youth salaries for those 12 months. So whether they've got the capacity to onboard, on-site or off-site is immaterial. They are still liable for the youth salary for those 12 months, all right? From a company's perspective, they've got an obligation to at least cover the minimum wage. Some companies do have the capacity to pay more than that for those 12 months. So just to go back to my example, if we have to go out and source what we like to call host employers, we get a number of them, and we've gone and changed things this year around. We've shied away from the traditional ways of doing things, so we've went and invested in an e-recruitment platform. So it's basically a link that we share with those who are interested. So whatever vacancy that we have available with the respective companies that we know are looking for people, we go out and post those opportunities onto the platform. And once, obviously, a particular candidate is matched to that position, they are then shortlisted. Once they are shortlisted, then obviously they are then contacted and an interview is arranged. And once the employer is happy with the person that they're looking at or they're dealing with, that person is then appointed on the YES program for those 12 months. All right? And the nice thing about this program is that each and every individual that comes through the program will get a smartphone device. And the purpose of the smartphone device is for learning purposes. So there are two preloaded apps that come on this device. The one is called the YES Life app, and the other is called the YES for Youth app. All right? And amongst these two modules, there's 25 soft skills modules that you'd be obligated to complete prior to the end of the program. So that is a nice thing that comes with the program, but also above and beyond that, what we do over and beyond what is expected of the program, we offer mentoring and coaching sessions, either on a one-to-one or a group, on a group basis, all right, throughout the entire 12 months. So we do have an assigned mentor that works with us and specifically with the youth, and obviously just helps, guides, and support the youth through any sort of issues that they may have, whether it's work-related or not. And then above and beyond that, we also offer training or soft skills training throughout the 12 months. So we like to do at least two a month. So within the 6 months, you would have completed 12 modules, all right? And these are soft skills modules that people tend to overlook. I'll just give you a few examples, like managing personal finances, time management, conflict resolution, et cetera, et cetera. So it's quite a good package put together. And then just to throw in a bit of a bonus there, we also have an elective module, which is driving lessons. So we offer Code 8 or Code 10 driving lessons. We work together with ETC, and they offer at least 20 hours per code, obviously per the code that you've gone and got. So all you have to do is provide us with a copy of your valid learner's license, and then we will then go ahead and schedule you for those driving lessons. The only cost that you would be liable for as a candidate would be the cost in which you incur when you go book for your actual driver's test. But all the other costs for the actual vehicle and for the lessons for themselves, we cover. All right, so basically that's just a short and sweet overview in terms of what the YES program is, who we are, and how it works. So Umam Francina mentioned that there's quite a number of people who actually have their CVs here today. I think, I don't know, depending on the method that people would prefer, it's either we can collect, perhaps, if obviously you're interested in a program like this, or we can share the link with Umam Francine and then she can circulate it. And then for those who are interested, can obviously access that platform and apply accordingly. There is a client, I'll be very honest, there is a client that we are still awaiting a response from the DTIC in relation to one of our clients being able to continue with the YES program. So with that being said, what I mean by that is that there could be a possible opportunity that may start on the 1st of December. So that's what I'm alluding to. Obviously, we are still awaiting confirmation. We can't recruit without having received that confirmation, but I just wanted to throw it out there. So this is why I actually want to share the link or collect the CVs as soon as possible, and then we can start to get the ball rolling. But I think that's about it from my side. May I open the floor to questions, perhaps, or am I still on schedule, on time?
Okay, we'll take questions after the break. Okay, maybe one or two. Okay. Maybe you can allow one question, maybe one. I saw Sisu Petepa Sandla. We'll give that to her.
Thank you. I just want to ask, I heard you mention a bit of a criteria in the beginning. Maybe I missed it. Is there a stipulation in terms of qualification for entry into these programs that you offer?
Like I said, it depends. So, for example, a client may have a requirement that each candidate must have a matric or higher, or they may need an HR diploma. But to enter the program itself, there is no formal qualification needed. The requirement is then dependent on the client themselves. I hope that answers the question. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Putuam. Thank you very much to Uputluto from Engeni. Hey, guys. Umdomcha, Putomcha, Siambona, Uputluto. Putluto, thank you very much. As we're moving forward, I just hope and pray that you guys are writing the information down, guys. Please make some notes. And after maybe when you are having a break, you can go to a person and then maybe I understand some of you guys maybe are shy to raise a hand and ask a question. Please do take some notes. So I'll move on now with our Uputi, Mr. Duma Makubela. Yes, Mr. Duma Makubela from AEC PTA. Before Uputi Atete, please come this side, Putuam. I just want to also to remind you guys, there is this event is broadcast live on the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Maybe tell your friends, maybe tell someone on WhatsApp, Magajonge on Facebook. Yonke lendenzeka, it's live on Facebook. Before ungene putwam, umnandi zauti I love, ninani zauti hospitality. I love. Putwam angabava bayahlebeza ndifuna bakunike. I love. Over to you, Putwam.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director. Yes, my name is Duma Makuel. I'm coming from the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Hey, I'm gonna speak Konglish, a bit of Xhosa and English for benefit of both parties. Francina is putting me on the spot here because you know Francina, we are bulldozer, she just doesn't give up because really when she started this program, one approach, I said, I must come and speak. And she told me actually the aim and the objective of the program, within the tourism. Inzima ke ngokulanda ukuthi. Inzima lando ukuthi, especially coming from government, because wherever we go, sidibana nengcweleha zale COVID, zale lockdown, with especially with tourism. Companies need to zivalile bethunani. Yazi, what I'm trying to say is lendo yenzeke kuwe in terms of retrench. I'm telling you, all over it has happened. And now I think the defining factor yakho nomnye umuntu okulemeko yakho si spirit sakho. So bangaba andizunikezela, I'm gonna keep on pushing. What lady elebelithathile ngala hope. Nyanke awubina hope xa ungekho kwi situation embi. Ukuzube ne hope funeka ube kwi situation embi, and then ke ngoku once you get that what in that situation uba ne target oyibeka pha, and in order to get to that target you have to bawombathe ingubo ye hope. So I think that is a very critical message that I have to put in, especially with tourism. Millions and millions of rands, millions of jobs, millions of businesses, or poor businesses have gone down on their knees within the tourism. Direct, indirect ke ngabantu who are supplying services to these businesses ababexhomekeke with tourism. So with those words, Betunana, please hang in there, because even when we go to this private sector, we you really love. I was just having a conversation with one of okay, it's broadcasted live on the WhatsApp group, on the Facebook. Now, Francine, when she asked me, said, no, come and talk to tourism. And I looked at my programs, the ECPTA, they are shooting here to the current situation. I'm just going to tell you my my experiences that I've gone through within tourism. I started with tourism, I think, 2000. I think it's 21 years now in this sector. Unfortunately, I've been placed on different sub-departments of the sector. Information services, marketing, I'm in development now, conservation, ecotourism. And with that, when I'm looking at it, working clueless, I'm just chasing salary. But when I came to it working about government, I came to realize that tourism really, it's not a government thing. It's actually not a government thing. Are your business government? It's for abantu aba innovative, aba nembono, abaqonda ba within this sector ndingazibeka phi mna ndenze ntoni so that I can benefit kule sector. Uhulumende ngokomo is here to do. Uhulumende role yakhe is to draft policies. Imithetho, do's and don'ts within the sector, but players abona abantu bayenza indawo ibe yiyo private sector. Private sector ngabantu who are the who came up with an idea. I'm going to make you an example. Vilakazi, Soweto. I'm fortunate that I'm related to one of the guys abapaya who are running establishment. And when I go to Joburg, I always visit him. He started a restaurant. He lost his parents, was doing matriculant. He lost both of his parents, his sister work. He started a restaurant. But fortunately, I place where we pakati kwendluka biko. I mean, kwendluka Desmond Tutu nekamandela. So kuya ibhasi siphathe tourism yobuka. Ikhumbi nje ezimbili entathu. Abakhwebe athi izanotya. Izanotya, yabo. Akayifundelanga tourism. Athi izanotya baya abantu aba anqonqe ngokwakhe ikhapha abanike iplate, like a normal plate. Up until abantu bade bayibona ba no man xa siye phasa utya apha. Uyayibona lana? Xa siye phasa utya apha. Jonga lo mjita wayeyiphusha lento. Wayipusha long up until urhulumente wade wayibona le idea lo mjita. But hey, hi, sorry. Sorry man, I'm more closer now than English. Up until the government saw the idea long for, then they started to support him, not financially. They did paving. They made him branding. They made for him furniture. His business started to look now at least promising, not financially. I'm telling you now, when you go to Vilakazi Street, that place is a buzz. I went there, I took away the tourism cap and I put in a visitor's cap so that I can see exactly what's happening here. That cannot be done anywhere. But I'm telling you, the people who are driving that street are the private people. Kutengiswa everything there. Dances, craft, everybody is selling. Ezinye restaurants yanqonqa ezantsi ngoku abantu are converting. When I'm looking at government, there's no government here. And I was fortunate enough because I was staying kwenye indlu enye chomi yenkosikazi. And then Klasipa uthi ekulandawo kuyo wherever she is, she said let's go to Vilakazi eSoweto Lokshin. Suka from the Babs. So that's why I'm saying that ilendo tourism really, that's why I'm saying it's not government, it's private. Private needs to push in terms of this. So as a Galoma Zubetuna, I'm trying to encourage you, but you don't really have to despair when there are retrenchment happening in the area, because I was watching another documentary, very interesting documentary about another gentleman who was condemning education. I took something out of Lanto. Yeah, I said, you know what? A person who invented a light bulb did not come from abantu abenza amakhandlela. Bekho amakhandlela phambi kwe-globe mos ne. What do you know, man? Umntu owenza i-globe did not come from abantu abenza amakhandlela. It's someone who's outside esa space. Wayibona igap wangena. Uyayibona? Look at now, we have who's this guy now? The owner of Tesla. Into yemoto eyenziwe ngebhetri, which is selling billions now, Elon Musk. He was not working for Ruto. The first car was Henry Ford. BM, Mercedes-Benz. I'm telling you, electric car did not come from there. It came outside. Yeah, but so I'm trying to say that when you look at something, just look at it differently. I had an engagement, nomnye gentleman, I'm not at liberty to mention his name, was a New Bright. He's running a very nice program with New Bright in Township, Ndonela Museum in Misweba, Red Location. Tata Bandana, do you know Duma? I'm going to do this myself. This museum is being vandalized. Yes, the idea when government came in was that we wanted precinct development. Ya develop land yankulu, but ke kwenzeka lanto ba imiswe ingadevelop. What long for, you know what? Ndifuna uthatha abantwana abancinci, ndibafundise iart. Baye phaya abantwana abancinci aba bale community vandalize ala museum. He's doing that for, and Ubabeka Facebook page yake is pushing it. Daibona ndingapha ekhaya this weekend, and he called me on phone and said, no man, I can't man get my lunch for abantwana ndizame. But I was looking at him that last week. You know what? Did you once mention the draft? The draft. Did you know? I just came up with the idea that Tata abantwana who are good in draft. I'm going to try to source it, fold up tables and fold up chairs. And ababantwana ndifuna ubabona benezikipha ezimhlophe bephaya elwandle besenza igame ye draft. You just pop in xesha nje ibhake encinci babeka itafile badlale i-draft ba-challenge 10 rands a game for umntana. Uyayibona laa nto? So that is one of the ideas, and Waitanda idea, he sent me a proposal Friday. I'm going to push him because it's coming from him. Did you know? I want this to yabantwana ye draft endoloki because naxanhleli phaya ndiselwandle abantwana bequbha ndidikiwe ukuhlala phaya ndibona nansi itafile draft. I'm going to sit there 10 rands iqale ayindoni and then bethe nje inathi game ye draft nabantwana it's challenging. I lose ndihlale nabanye abantwana. There's going to be a queue behind me. It's those type of ideas that are needed there. Of course kuzokho issue yamasipala in terms of permit, but ke nthe masiqhushe ngoku siyenze ngani. But in all of that, but in essence that's how the tourism is now, because there's a very big disrupt in terms of tourism that we cannot run away now. We are not traveling every time virtual. Technology has taken a big chunk of things. There are many effects in terms of your hotel, especially accommodation, where meeting besenziwa physically now. There are many needs izinto. So umuntu uyanyanzeleka azama ucinga. Yabona betnan azame ucinga, but what can I do in terms of positioning myself within the tourism? Because nyandle 21 years kudala sizama usupporta. Supporter did no into some twin. Just think of something nje encinci. Qomba hayi man apha ngingathengisa amagwinya, apha ngingathengisa ntoni. I've been in Cape Town kwaKhayelitsha kwaMzoli eGugulethu. La tata literally I was there in 2001 working there waterfront, VNA waterfront. But ke weekends I'm xa nditatsalaza ndiye eGugulethu. La tata, he was just literal dance yapha ndizenzela effect finding mna personal. Wayithenga inyama la a soldier. And you'll see that there are buses coming in, the tourists or Hilton Ross, big boys. And then the tourists, they'll just pop in, ziyakroba phamo ziyaqaqanyiswa yonke into unsafe. I'm telling you, tourists, sizohamba ziyochopaya, sibeke imoto zihirisha zizizele, that vibe. Yayibona la. So let us asithetha with my counterparts apha kwamasipala and said, you know what, we need a precinct, especially the township apho kukhona iprotectwe ngabahlali indawo whereby ku-offerishwa izinto. You know that this one kulapho kwenziwa khona into, not targeting international tourists as ivilakazi you'll seldom see umlungu. It's domestic. Emlazi kwaMaxis kule ndawo nantsiki yazi umlazi uMaxis bengiqala ndaqala ibonela ibhodlwana inkulu ngoku. Everybody, if you say Durban Maxis, you must. Yayibona la nto. And then ke ngo into ezenzeka kwaMaxis kukho abantu abathengisa iarticle iyakhula la ndawo. So with those few words, I'm just trying to put in motivation, and the statistics are on our favor in terms of vaccine and on our favor in terms of the recorded cases positive. So that puts East South Africa, including Eastern Cape, in a good position in terms of a preferred destination to visit as well. So those are good news. And Nyanike Isama is on our on our doorstep. So really, we just have to gun and that's our push up, guys. So please do not despair. Hope, hope, hope. Push, push, push. Don't give up. Don't. Akunikezelo. Betnan, you don't give up. So with those few words, we took a ndizawubethwa iboss yami because ndizinikiwe into zothetha apha mna ndithethe esentliziyweni. So with those few words, program director, I think that's about it. Betnan, just keep on pushing. My personal story, yes, but apply when I met him. MMU, NMU, he honors, he learned to masters at tourism. I've been applying prior, I think for the past 4 years, they reject. Ndihambe ndiyogwanya ndikhona mina rejected bayolila pha ngaselwandle ndimuncu na mom kwenza kanto lapha ebomini bam. But andiyekanga apply for every year I'm applying, ndithathiwe ngoku and ke ngoku yiloo nto leyo yaba. So just don't give up, push Betnan. Thank you so much, program director. Okay.
Kakhulu bhuti, masimkhobeni izandla ubhuti. Yes. Mr. Duma Maqhubela, Mr. Duma Maqhubela uze nende raw. Uthetha izinto ezenzekayo and he spoke izinto ezisuka kuye. You know, it's always good to share inyani netamabali. Started through ijourney yakhe up until the last one. Wasixelela bawuthathiwe pha. Masimkhobeni izandla Mr. Maqhubela. Well done, sir. Well done. Now, Siza, Sunrise Hotel. Ukhona umuntu oyaziyo? Hey, abantu base Blue Water. Hey. Ukhona umuntu oyaziyo iSunrise? Right. Okay. Miss Sisonke Maphuma, the acting general manager. Ukhona apha ngaphakathi? Makaze usisi chini nanku. Sisi wethu, Sisi, Miss Sizonke Maphuma, over to you, Siswam. She's going to tell us more about the sunrise. Over to you, Siswam. Let me just wipe. We're still under the COVID. We must always not forget that to sanitize, wear our mask, and social distance. Over to you, Siswam. You look beautiful today. Masumkhobeni izandla Sisi.
Benibandizawuthi ndimhle ndifana nesunrise lenisuka kuyo. Molweni bethuna. Igama lam ndingusisonke wakwamaphuma. I am the acting general manager at the Blue Water Bay Sunrise Hotel. I think the reason ubhuti was asking if iyaziwa na Sunrise is because the Sunrise is a new hotel. It opened right in the middle of COVID. We're actually celebrating a year. We celebrated a year yesterday, Sivulile as the hotel. Today we are here to give you hope. I think from the prayer this morning, that is the theme that we are about today. From his speeches, Ska Mama T, I call her Mama T. Tanya was my first boss. To my colleague from National Department of Tourism, we are here to give you hope. There's as sitting ngomso nizawuqeshwa okanye ngomsomnye nansi into. We are here to give you hope. We are here to change your mindsets because it's not a good feeling to be retrenched. It is not a nice thing to lose your job. So that is what we are here for today, to just motivate you a bit. And I want us to be practical about it. I want to be practical about it. I'm just sad now that bengazba live lento ne, because I want to do something, and this something that I want to do, I'm not very good at it. But kuba ke bese ndizixela into ba ndizawuyenza ne, ndizawuyenza. So if ke ngoku ndiphoxakele on social media ke iyawuba kungeseki yenu. Okay, I want us to sing a song. I'm not good at singing because that's what we are here for. I don't want us to leave this place feeling down. I want us to leave here with a renewed mindset, feeling that, you know, I think for me, music is just something that just gets me into gear. Sonke siba nayo laa ngoma yakho mna niqonde, hey man, once ukhale yona uyavuseleleka. That's the theme that Francine gave us. That is the mandate she gave us, is to give people hope. So this song, it's a very simple song, ne? Ndonqonda into yobana ndingayiculi le ngoma then ndisole ndiyibhuda yonke le nto bendizawuyenza namhlanje because bendithe ndizawuqala ndicule le ngoma then ke ngoku ndithethe. Ithi le ngoma zizawujika izinto. And I want us to believe it. Because if you don't believe that things are going to change, then things are not going to change. It starts with you. I can come and give you information. Budluto has given us information on how to enter or how to enter these resources that are already existing. But if you don't go there, we're now with the attitude that izinto zizawujika. If you don't go to a job interview feeling that you are going to get that job, then you're not going to get that job. If you're going to walk around defeated, I promise you life will keep on defeating you. But it's up to you to pick yourself up. That's what Tanya said earlier on. She said, I cannot give you hope because hope has to come from inside of you. So I want us to stand up. I want us to get excited. And I want us to sing the song. And to sing it, like, I think, abantu bebehambe stadium, ngezivalwe mos stadium ngoku, sakugqibela kudala uye ebholeni. So sazenzele sethu stadium namhlanje. Kesimke noko man kubonakala uba besikwinto evuselela imiphefumlo nemimoya yethu. I don't know if there's anybody that can lead this song for me.
Hello. Yeah.
Yebo.
Tulamdana ukhalelani.
Tulamdana.
Wenu ukhalelani.
Tulamdana wenuka.
Sizawujika izinto. Wenu ukhalelani.
Tulamdana wenukale. Hey, tulamdana wenu. Let's do this, guys.
Izinto. Wenu ukhalelani. Wenu ukhalelani.
Hey, tulamdana. Say it, let's go.
Sizawujika izinto.
Tulamdana.
Wenu ukhalelani.
Hey, tulamdana.
Wenu ukhalelani.
Tulamdana wenu.
Ukhalelani.
One more time.
Sizawujika izinto.
Hey, tulamdana.
Wenu ukhalelani.
I'm tulamdana. Hey, tulamdana. Guys, I want to see things will change. Amba. Hey, tulamdana. Tulamdana. Ay. Into tulamdana. Tulamdana. One more time. Amba. Yes. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are awesome crowd. Siswam, over to you. Yeah. Things will change.
Things are going to change.
Thank you very much for reminding us, Siswam.
Akuzuhlala kunjena. And in me saying that, I am not only motivating you, I am also motivating myself. As you can imagine, I am a young person. I am the acting general manager of a hotel that I have said opened in the middle of COVID. Right in the middle of COVID. On the 8th of November, we launched. Then we got excited. Then come December time, PE is in the naughty corner. PE is called the epicenter of COVID-19 and all these fancy names. And while we're looking at that, then they tell us the beaches are closed. Now you can imagine Water Bay in Dawentle. It's right in front of the beach. And I drive to work past the beach every single day. And in my mind, I cannot understand how the beach is closed but the beach is open. and the beach is right here. So I'm motivating myself to say, things are going to change. Then we went into December period, we had a whole lot of cancellations. People wanted their money back because nobody wants to come and stay at a hotel in a coastal city if they can't go to the beach. Then we get to January, February, March, and then July, August, we are told that we can no longer serve food in the restaurants. People must now have either takeaways or room service. Now imagine you're going to leave the comfort of your home and come sleep at a hotel only to stay in your room all day and have room service. So we've faced a lot of challenges. So I'm speaking to you as somebody who is in hospitality, who knows the challenges that we are all facing. We are all in the same boat, and believe me when I say that. As I've said, my name is Susonke Mapuma from the Blue Water Bay Sunrise Hotel, which is owned by Guha Corporate Development. So it's a government hotel. I'm hoping that my colleague, Ms. Maylene Broderick, when she comes back to PE again, she's going to come and stay with us and experience our hospitality. Francine and I come a long way. We were colleagues at some stage. Utanya was our boss. Utanya was my first formal boss in hospitality. I say first formal boss because I started hospitality when I was still a student. We used to go and waitress just to help raise funds for the school, for different things. I think the one was for matric dance group. You know, we had to raise your own funds, so we'd go and volunteer at the country club. Whenever they wanted waitresses, we would do that. And then I got to work at number 5 Boutique Art Hotel under Tanya's leadership and mentorship. So I always refer to her as my first mentor whenever I get the opportunity to speak, because she was one person that gave me a chance. I came in very young, 21, 22-year-old young lady from a very small town called Stutterheim. It's also in the Eastern Cape. A lot of people don't even know where it is. It's literally very small. There's one set of robots. So it's very small. So I came in very passionate, very enthusiastic. And she gave me an opportunity. You know, she let me be this person that was hungry for knowledge, this person that wanted to know everything. And as I'm telling you my story, I want you to take things from there that you can apply in your own life. I don't want to come here and give you a textbook things and say, you know, you need to be this, you need to be that. I want to give you practical things that you can apply that you know will work for you. 4 months into me working at number 5, Francine was the housekeeping manager at the time. Francine went on maternity leave. And I volunteered myself, you know. I was like, I know Francine is going, I can run housekeeping. I've been there for 4 months, I'm a student, no prior experience, but because of the attitude, I think maybe Utanya, that is what she saw in me. She saw the attitude and she saw the commitment, and therefore she was able to trust me with that big responsibility. And after I left Townhouse, number 5 Boutique Art Hotel, I was there for 2 years. And straight from there, I went to manage my first property as a general manager at the age of 23. So it is possible. And you know why? It is your attitude. I always tell people that I can teach you skill. I can teach you how to make a bed. I can teach you how to clean. People like Upingi can teach you how to make food. But I cannot teach you attitude. I cannot teach you passion. All these sayings that your attitude determines your altitude, those are not just sayings, those are practical things, because your attitude is going to determine where you're going to end up. If I give you a task and I say to you, you know what, today you're going to wash dishes. And you tell me that, no, Siswange, in fact, why don't you get a dishwasher? For me, I'm going to ask myself, does this person feel that they are too good to wash the dishes? Or do they think that maybe, I did not think about the fact that we need a dishwasher? What I would rather have you do, you wash the dishes for a day, you wash the dishes for a second day. And once we have proved to us that you are very good at washing dishes, you come with a suggestion to say, you know what, how about we get a dishwasher? And then the dishwasher can wash the dishes while I'm able to do A, B, C, D, and E. That is what we are looking for. Your attitude, we are able to see it even on your CV. Even on your CV, I have not met you. The only thing I've got is a piece of paper, like this one, with your CV. And I see that, man, this person has spelled Port Elizabeth wrong, before it was Gqeberha. This person, even their email address, you can see that between .com, there's a C.om. Those are small little things. And then you come and you write on your CV that you've got attention to detail. And I ask myself, if this person says they've got attention to detail, how could they not see these errors? And if you are a person that says, no, I am passionate about my job, I've got attention to detail, and I ask myself, if you are this passionate, how could you not show that passion in your CV by making sure that you are compiling a document that is accurate and correct? The moment you have gaps in your CV, from 2014 to 2018, you were working here, and then from 2020 to 2021, you were working there. And I ask myself, what about these 2 years? And then we give you a chance to sit with you in an interview process, and we ask you, man, I saw a gap in your CV. What were you doing in those 2 years? Oh no, my cousin did my CV for me and did not include A, B, C, D. That's already a strike. I'm giving you these tips so that when you get the opportunity to sit in front of a panel, you know these things. So that because now we're going to sift through so many CVs, we sift through so many CVs, and you can imagine with us having been a new hotel, how many CVs we got. And even before we get the opportunity to sit with you one-on-one, your CV can disqualify you. Not because you don't have the experience. Don't take me wrong, I understand that I'm speaking to people that have got the experience. You have the experience. You might be sitting here as a former receptionist. You've done the job for many years. You might be sitting here as a waiter, a chef, a housekeeping supervisor, a housekeeper, a front office supervisor, all of these things. But even before I can sit with you and give you a chance, I look at your CV and I see all these small things that disqualify you. And then we get to the day of the interview. And then as Umamati said, you come in your expensive weave, but you're coming for a job as a housekeeper. And I ask myself, is this person going to take this job seriously? I'm not saying figure interview. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying come and look like you are poor, look like you are desperate, but the way that you carry yourself. Also, Pumeza was saying now that in one of the interviews we once conducted, wafika candidate eziswe iBenz yakokwabo. Yayibona lanto? And ke ngiyambona lo muntu into bana man akazuthatha serious lo muntu lo msebenzi because unayo yonke lento ayidingayo. This is just a job for them. And you can even see in their body language into bana lona uziswe apha kuba ke abantu bakokwabo befuna aphangele, otherwise nakanaxesha layo yonke lento ayizeleyo apha. And we see that in the way that you carry yourself. And when you come to interviews, there's nothing worse than coming to an interview without having studied the property that you are going to. I ask you about a sunrise. Okay, tell me, what do you know about a sunrise? Hayi wethu mna andiyazi sisonke indaba ye-sunrise. Qha ke uFrancina wathi into yobana masizise i-CV, nam ndabona ndifowunelwa ke ngoku ndaqonda mandize. In most cases, for myself, because I've also been on the other side where I've been a job seeker, and I've put in my CV hundreds of times. I was deleting now my old emails, and I thought to myself, man, ndandizifaka i-CV zam. Ndandizifaka i-CV. And maybe I went to a handful of interviews, but I could tell even from the interview if I can get the job or not. Because you can see how the people are engaging with you. There was one interview that it was meant, I was being interviewed for, I think, a receptionist and marketing person, and it turned into an interview for a general manager. In that short space of time, they said, no man, Well, there's something about you. And then, because I didn't tell them that I was a general manager before, because now I got to a point where I was unemployed for close to 2 years. So I was at a point where I just wanted something. You know, I didn't want to stay at home. My savings were being depleted and I just wanted something. So this opportunity came and I said to myself, yabona leyo banda ke GM, ndizayisusa because andidisqualify. Ndafika kwi-interview, xa sithetha phayana aman, yaye inyuka i-conversation. Ndabona nami le mibuzo ndiyibuzayo ngoku iyaba-engager. And they told me, no man, we've got a property in Joburg. We're looking for a manager. Are you interested? So even in that interview, you can walk in there, going there for a housekeeping supervisor, and you walk out there as a front office manager based on your attitude. Because remember what I said, we can teach you skill, but we cannot teach you passion, we cannot teach you attitude. Now, if we can see that this person has got the attitude, this person does, I don't want this person to be in housekeeping, cleaning rooms. I want this person in front of the people's faces. Yabona lo umntu ndifuna athethe nabantu lo umntu funeka abe lapha abe yiflower yam apha reception lo umntu une-attitude uyathetha nabantu unobubele uwarm. And those things we pick up even in the interview stage. And we can take you as a housekeeper at that point, knowing that we're going to give ourselves time to develop you into a receptionist, into a front office supervisor, or into a waiter, into a food and beverage supervisor. So when I say that your life can change in a very short space of time based on your attitude and how you carry yourself. A lot of people, because of my position, they always ask me for jobs. You'll get family members, umntu message ku Facebook kanye ku WhatsApp, yo sisonke man, khakan khangela umsebenzi. Noba ngowantoni. Noba ndizawuklina right. Now the moment you say that to me, I disqualify you. Because I have got colleagues who have put food on the table for years through cleaning. Now, right, it means you believe that cleaning is you are too good to be a cleaner. And the moment I put you in that position, you're going to be looking for something else because we're now your cleaner. So for me, being in hospitality, having started from the grassroots in hospitality, I know what it's like. So right. It means you are too good to be a cleaner. And therefore, I cannot put you in a cleaning position because you are going to get frustrated. And with you being frustrated, uza frustrate nam. Mhlambi awuzosebenza kwindawo esebenza mna zakureferisha komnye umuntu ngohlobo uFrancine enza ngalo. But now kuthiwe afone uFrancine ba hayi man sisonke lo muntu wakho. Yho, hayi cousin yakho sana. Now that means that next time I go to Francine and I say, Francine, I have got someone that's looking for an opportunity. Akazondimamela. Because qala namphathela cousin wami sana kuthiwa xa funeka eklinile. Athi na man, anoba lapha reception ndincedise. So those are the things that I want to sensitize you to. It's about your attitude, ladies and gentlemen. We can give you ample opportunities. We can give you ample opportunities. Who knows, maybe Putuma no sis Maylene bazawuthetha in terms of tourism opportunities that they can bring to the Eastern Cape. You heard her, she said that people are complaining that our offering in South Africa is stale. People are tired of the Big Five, they're tired of going to Cape Town, but I believe, Butuma, that the tourism has not been explored in the Eastern Cape. I believe that our province has got the most potential, but it has not been explored. Maybe today they can birth a new idea. And but it is your attitude that is going to cause you to stay there, and it's going to be your attitude that will cause you to succeed in whatever opportunities that are presented to you. Francine cannot take you ayokufaka emsebenzini ngokwakhe. That unfortunately she cannot do unless it's her company. Then she can do that. But the only thing she can do is to present you with opportunities, and one of which is this one that you've had today. You've been given ideas about township tourism. which is not really as existent in the Eastern Cape as it is in other provinces. In KZN, they speak about Max lifestyle, they speak about Eyadini, Kapa kuthethwa ngeMzoli. What do we have in the Eastern Cape? What do we have? Maybe you've been sitting there with that idea and you didn't know how you can start it. And now today you've been given the platform, you know how to approach the National Department of Tourism for your idea. Maybe you're thinking of a restaurant that you can open for yourself in the township because we don't have those things in our townships. Why must I leave my house in the township to go to Mark and Bean town for bacon and egg? When there are so many chefs in the townships. You will leave your house to go work at Mark and Bean or any other restaurant and go make that bacon and egg. But you have not been sensitized to the fact that you can actually do it for yourself. So maybe the open door that Usis Lazola was speaking about is not you handing in your CV. It is you putting together a business plan and starting your own business. But it starts with you believing that you can do it. It starts with you seeing the potential in yourself and saying that I can do this. I can do this. And taking away the label from yourself and saying, I'm a retrenched hospitality staff member. And saying that I'm a hospitality staff member that has been given a new opportunity to start again. COVID has affected all of us. There are very few people that I think maybe have thrived due to COVID. But the majority of us have been given a restart button. We've had to rethink our lives. We have to rethink everything about our lives, how we socialize, how we interact with people, and most importantly, how we spend our money. It has put us all on a level playing field. So maybe this is your opportunity to start something different with your life. And all I'm here to say today is guard your attitude, because that is going to determine how far you go. That is going to determine how successful you are going to be. It may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow. I think Uputuma was just saying even now, how many times has been rejected just for doing a master's when he's got the qualification to be able to get into that. And it's taking your no and translating it into a not yet. Okay, not yet. And I'm speaking from a point where I've been unemployed for 2 years. 2 years. I don't know how many times I put my CV in to be a PA. I put my CV in to just do anything. I just wanted a job. And all you wanted was just a response to say, come to an interview, because I know if I can get that opportunity to get an interview, the rest will be easy. And it just never came for 2 years straight. It never came. And I hope that is not going to be your story, because I believe that the tourism industry is on the uprise again. We are hoping that, you know, with everybody being vaccinated and having taken the precautions, that when the wave 4 comes and wave 5 and wave whatever else is going to come, it's not going to affect us. That our sector will still remain open, and businesses like ours that are new will be looking for people that have lost their jobs. Because it's easier for us to take the people that already have the skill set, and hoping that the people that we get will have the attitude for it as well. I know Francine sent me a CV the other day of a lady who was saying, no man, we need a receptionist. And she said, no, she's got someone, and she sent me a CV of a reception supervisor. And I said, no, Francine. Oh, supervisor. Umntwana minyaka supervisor. Wena ufuna uzombeka reception. Caba ku Francine ke uye wayesa injalo ke kusisi lo befuna umsebenzi. Akayiminsa, akayenza nice, akayithini wayesa injalo. Wabuya naye esithi into bana, no Francine, it's not about titles anymore. To paraphrase what she was saying, it's not about titles, ndifuna umsebenzi. And that is someone that understands what it's about. That is the type of attitude that we are looking for. In a lot of places that I go to, I think nasekhaya nabandazi umsebenzi endiwenzayo. Into xa ndibuza uba usebenza phi, ndisebenza ehotel. Wenza ntoni pha? Ndiyenye ye-managers. I don't introduce myself as a general manager. Because for me, it's just a title. It does not define who I am. And I know immediately this husband, general manager, about to look at you a different way. And I don't want that. I want you to take me as Losisonke Dingui. And that is what we are looking for. I always say to my management team that the title that you have as a manager is not to elevate you, but it is a responsibility. There is no one that is more important than anyone in the organization. I need my housekeepers as much as I need my rooms division manager. Because without that person, we are all a team. Without the head chef, without the waitering staff, you don't have a food and beverage department. You can't substitute one for the other. The only difference is the responsibility that we hold. It's not to say that one is more important. It's just a matter of the responsibility that we hold. I don't want to take up too much of your time, ladies and gentlemen. I just hope that maybe I have been able to give you just something tangible that you can use. Just a renewed mindset that when you get that opportunity, or when you go look for that opportunity, you are well equipped for it and that you are able to grab it. When the door opens, if you can just get your foot in the door, you make sure that that door is not going to close again. You are on your way in. All the best. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yo. Wow. What a wow. Thank you very much, Swam. May God bless you. There's some comments to see. Wow. You know, when Sis was talking, I was just listening at the back, and it reminded me that one day I used to work at McDonald's. My first job in my life started at working at McDonald's, the one in Linton Bridge. I was working in the kitchen. You know, I want to relate on what Sisi is saying. Your journey cannot be stopped by anyone. If you know what you want in life, you always have the attitude. When I worked there as a cooker pie back, I was busy making burgers, you know, all over. Unfortunately, I've got energy, Swam. I've got energy. I'm making burgers, and at that time I was still studying. First job in my life, I've never worked. First interview, I've nailed it. I went there, and I remember it was before 12 o'clock, and I sat down and I said to the guy, "Good morning," and the guy said to me, "No, good afternoon." I said, "No, good morning, it's before 12 o'clock. And I had attitude because I knew I'm going to get this job. So I started to work there at McDonald's, ma'am, and it was nice. In the morning, I know on Saturdays, they enjoy to have ice cream for game, rugby game. And they told me, "No, Luyolo, you must go to the window. Your energy is needed in the window." I was just open, morning, you know, morning, bye-bye, you know. And I knew right there, I'm not going to stop, I'm going to move. I'm standing in front of you guys, the journey is continuing. Guys, it's not over. Sisi talked about the attitude, talked about how you represent yourself when you're going to the interview. It's that time of the year, guys. It's summer. Jobs will open. Jobs, you mustn't give up. Usis Francina just sent me a text now. She's saying that I must tell you guys, if you have a CV, please go and drop it there to her after the event or during the event. If you want to ask anything from Standard Bank, go and talk to Standard Bank. They're about to leave. Guys, the event is very nice. I'm enjoying myself. You guys are phenomenal. Let's go now for a tea break. Let's mingle. Let's ask those questions. We'll come back. Just 10 to 15 minutes and come back. Babayin, come back. DJ, over to you. Give us nice music. Anything, Mr. DJ? Anything? The next speaker from HSC, UCC, Miss Pumeza Kona. Miss Pumeza Kona, please come forward. Miss Pumeza Kona, please take the stage. Miss Pumeza Kona. I love. Masimkubeli izandla usisi wethu. Sis Kona, over to you. And Andinivanga guys, masimkubeli izandla usisi. Right. Thing is off. 1 2 1 2. Try it again.
1 2.
I like that. I like that. Over to you, Sisi.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm not gonna be long. I am Pumeza Kona, a colleague of Sisonke from Kucha Development Corporation. I come from the recruitment and placement unit of Kucha. We are not in tourism. Our business is infrastructure, building, construction. However, more on top of everything else, our business is opening up opportunities for those who are in need, who are seeking opportunities. To go back just a bit, just kancinci, Sisonke, I'm gonna dive into your life just briefly. Sisonke, she has mentioned that she's an acting general manager at the Kucha Hotel. I call it Kucha Hotel, not Sunrise. When we were recruiting for the hotel, it was still being built. Okay, there was the organograms, it came. We're going to need a general manager. We found her application. She was amongst the applicants. Interviews went on. And there was a second round interview, if I remember correctly. You know, when there's a second round interview, the panel is not deciding, is divided. So others are vouching for this one, others are vouching for this one. And it happened. The position fell on the side of the other candidate. Sisonke was not offered the opportunity. I'm trying to get to, it's all about your attitude part. Now, other positions came through. House executive, housekeeper, executive, all those executives within that space that I don't know, I'm not familiar with, I'm human resources. Somebody who was part of that panel said there was that girl. I remember her. She was like this, she was like this, she was like this. And then to cut the story short, Sisonke came for interviews just like everyone else for another position that came about. She was recommended for the position. To cut the long story short, the general manager resigned. Sisonke is acting in that position now. It's all about the attitude. It's all about your inner will of wanting to be present, of knowing where you are going, what you want, of anything that you put yourself into. Moving away from that, I am here today because when Sisonke got an invite from Francine, she thought of our unit. As I mentioned, I'm from the recruitment and placement. I'm situated at the Human Capital Solutions. It's actually HCS, not HSC. Human Capital Solutions. Our offices are on the Old Kucha Road. It's known as Recruitment Center, the Kucha Recruitment Center, just outside of, next to Kamvelihle Township. That's where I am. That unit was put in place when the whole construction started in that whole land, so that it becomes a link between the communities and the actual jobs that are going to be taking place with the construction that is going on. So I'm part of that group, and as I mentioned, our line is based on construction. However, as years went on, we are growing outside of only focusing on construction. We run a database in that unit. I don't know if one knows or may have heard. If one is looking for employment in the SEZ, in that land that there's construction, one needs to register there by our office, where we run a database of unemployed people, locally and even sometimes spilling out of, the Eastern Cape. When you register into our database, you are then eligible for an opportunity that may come, because the investors or the companies that are sitting in our land liaise with us. It's part of the agreement that we came into with them. All the recruitment for your companies is going to be done through the Guga Human Capital Solutions Office. So that is what the database that we have is for. So when Usisonge came to us and said, there is this thing, relating to unemployed people from the hospitality industry, why don't we go and have a conversation, alerting them, let them know that we have got that system that is in place. And because we are an established organization, we have had instances where even other companies that are sitting, that are not on the land, because they know that Kucha runs the database of unemployed people, they will come to us and say, my company is looking for 20 people, my company is looking for 3 people, blah, blah, blah. And then we would tap into the system and pull out suitable candidates and present, to the client for them to take it aboard and do their own selections, and ultimately leading to appointment of people who were unemployed. So I'm here today to advise that we've got such a system in place. If one is interested in being part of the system, they can liaise with Mrs. Francine. We have not really established as to how we're going to go about, because registration even onto the system requires time and requires data and everything else, which is a challenge to someone who is not employed. I was saying to my boss yesterday, how can we help them register into the system? Because we don't want people to be sitting with the frustration of trying to get into a system that will kick you out and everything. So in our conversation we're going to be having with Francine, we're going to roll out a plan as to how are we going to assist you to register into our system, so that when opportunities come, you are able to be one of the people that are considered. It may be within construction. As I said, the business that we are doing on the SEZ is construction, but we do get requests from other employers that are not sitting there. So it will not be within hospitality, but in the interim, while you are hustling, waiting for that opportunity, you can take on anything that comes. So from that taking in on anything that comes, it's where the whole attitude things comes in. Because if you come in, even if it's a totally different space from where you're coming from, what you are used to, where you are strong in, it's up to you to change it and make it your own, even whilst it is brand new in your space. You never know. We are offering temporary contracts within the SEZ, because all the employment there is project-based. It's going to be building. That project is going to start for 3 years, for example. So everything that we are offering, it's got a timeline, it's project-based. It will not be a permanent employment, but it will be something for someone who's sitting at home without an income. So if anyone is interested, they can liaise with Francine. Francine can liaise with us directly, and then we will take the conversation further and see how best we can assist to try and get you guys into the stream of possibilities. Going back again to that element of attitude and everything, it may take 2 years for someone else. As Usisonge said, she was unemployed for 2 years. For someone else, unemployment is a concept they're not aware of. You know those people who are so lucky, you don't know how they do? They leave this because they didn't like that boss, and within 1 or 2 days or whatever, they are there. Some people are not that fortunate, and standing here, I'm one of those people, I will tell you that. You know when you are a joke of the area, you went and studied, and now you're sitting at home, there's no job, everyone is laughing at you, because that's how it is, unfortunately, where we come from. We had that challenge at home with my sister. There was 3 of us. 2 was at Vista University, I was at PE Technicon. All 3 of us were sitting at home without jobs after, graduations and everything, and it's not a very good feeling, because it got me to a point of asking me, why did I even bother to study? But again, at the back of my head, I was like, this can't be the end for me, because I have a vision. My vision was, you're gonna laugh, I come from a big family of 9. And growing up, there was 3 in a bed, 3 in a bed, 3 in a single bed. We were not a rich family. So for me, my vision was always going to school, get my qualification, get a job, leave that house, buy myself a double bed so that I can sleep in this big bed all by myself. So when the hardship was taking place, as crazy as it may sound, for me it was like, I'm gonna get that double bed. I cannot continue sleeping in a single bed with all other my siblings. So it was a hustle, it was a hustling. I got a job in a Poloni company in Markman, after having sat at home for 2 years without a job. And then there was that new company coming from East London that my mother had from someone else, American. I went there. I was waiting outside the gate like everyone else, looking for a job. I was there. Day 5, I got the job in that company. Not as an administrator, not as an HR whatever, as a paloni packer. Hell, I was packing those palonis like I was so proud. Everyone knew of this girl who was packing very neatly and everything. On the side, my sister got a job as a cleaning something in Newton Park. She has a qualification from Vista. My other sister went to Agdo. We're from Agdo. She went and worked in the oranges because there were no jobs, and it was more frustrating to sit at home and wait for this job. So it was like, we need to do something. Let's put ourselves there. And that continued for about a year. The rest is history. Both my sisters are, doing okay. We got our jobs, and I'm doing okay, I'm going to say. So what I'm trying to say is, don't lose hope. This may sound like nothing while we're talking here to someone who's got nothing to wake up and go to tomorrow. But it's the light inside of you that's going to make you wake up and say, this is not going to be the end for me. Again, liaise with Sis Francine if you are interested in getting into the KUKA database, and then we will take it from there. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Maylene is asking about the bed situation. I don't have children. I've got a 3-bedroom house. It's all to myself. I've got a king bed, which I sleep in. In another room, there's a queen bed. In another room, there's 2 single beds because I've got a big family. So that's where it went.
Thank you very much, Siswam. Thank you very much. The guy, Sisi, the guy that is taking cameraman, while I was walking in, 3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms. Thank you very much, Siswam. Masimkhobeleni izandla, guys. Lovely, lovely. Usisi is coming from Ekucha. She just told us the opportunity that they have there at Kucha. I know you are not in the space of construction, or maybe you don't like construction, but she said, just wait up until you have something. Usisi unazo CV zethu pay back. Let's drop our CV. Maybe ubhuti ke pay back akanayo ipicture siswami ephethe ipiki. Akanayo ipicture bethi ipiki. Yena mhlambe ufuna uba sekitchen yabona. Yabona? Ndayibona uGotman mana ngoncuma pha. Ncume kamnandi. Thank you very much siswami. Now sizawuthetha no sisi Miss Lerato Lebopho, the CEO from the YMCA. Please come forward, Siswam. Please come forward. Masimkhobeni izandla sisi. Simkhobeni izandla sisi. Over to you, Siswam. Over to you.
Thank you.
Nkosi Siswam.
When Francine calls you, she acts as if she's giving you an option to say yes or no. But you know there's no no, it's just going to be a yes. And thank you to Exclusive Hospitality Concepts. Francine is a true reflection of when women support each other, incredible things happen. It took me a week to think on what am I going to talk about. And I was struggling the whole week. I didn't know what I was going to say. Only yesterday, during load shedding, between 6 and 8, in the dark, that's when I put a pen on a paper. And I was amazed that in that 2 hours, I got something. Finding my way within the chaos of COVID the chaos that COVID created was an experience that I've never anticipated in my life. And I'm sure at this point, you all feel the same. It will be a lie to say that the pandemic did not catch us by a surprise. But we had to find our way and maneuver ourselves to find our feet within the chaos and the frustration. For me personally, it was a challenging time. As 2020 was a year where I decided to take a leap of faith and embarked on a new career path. Not even 2020, 2019, end of 2019. From being an optometrist with 20 years of experience to becoming the CEO of a non-profit organization, YMCA. My excitement was short-lived because 3 months into my job, we went into 21 days of hard lockdown. Seeing the organization lose its revenue from zero to zero was a scary reality. A significant stream of our organization income is reliant on accommodation. So just like any other accommodation establishments, our center faced the challenge. I started doubting and questioned every decision that I made. It felt like I was going through all stages of grief as I was left confused, angry, and fearful. I honestly didn't know what I was going to do. However, I had to snap out of it and come up with workable solutions. As I was sitting at home that 21 days, I had to stop crying and I had to stand up and think that what's next, because this is here and it's not going away. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere. And I'm sure many of you sitting here experience similar challenges accompanied with deep frustration. COVID has posed a lot of challenges with job losses across the entire world and in South Africa. As reported, the travel and tourism sector employed 334 million individuals across the globe in 2019. Effectively, COVID-19 has been the most devastating crisis for the sector, with over 62 million jobs lost in 2020. South Africa tourist industry was not spared from that and has lost more than 300,000 jobs due to the hard lockdown since the outbreak of COVID-19, with many formal and informal businesses destroyed, affecting many women and children and not leaving out the men in the industry. It was reported that more jobs are lost daily in the Eastern Cape. In fact, this was in the newspaper, I think 2 months ago. And when I saw the headlines, I got goosebumps with fear because those headlines were so scary. That more jobs are lost daily in the Eastern Cape, with almost half the population now jobless due to the devastating impact of COVID-19. Very few households have the savings to tap in to deal with unemployment. Many find themselves having to often borrow money simply to survive, to buy food, to pay rent, while others rely on social grants payments. But knowing us South Africans, we are resilient. I don't think there's a country with resilient people like South Africans. We can be at our lowest, but we rise up irrespective of what we go through. As much as COVID came with negativity, positives came out of the whole experience. We have seen young people stepping out of their comfort zone and doing things that ordinarily they would not do, they would not think of. It shook us a bit, and we came to the realization that something has to be done and something has to give. We saw creativity from some young people with business ideas that were innovative and very promising. Some who were retrenched from spas in hotels and resorts, they started having mobile spas. They started having chisanyama. They started having catering services and car washes and many more. Because we never let a bad situation take us down. We've had Tanya talking about hope. And as much as we sometimes go to bed with a heavy heart thinking that what's going to happen tomorrow, but we try by all means to wake up the next day filled with hope that something is going to happen. We had Ulazola saying that when one door shuts, another one opens. Sometimes we take failure for granted, or we take loss for granted. But we forget that when we lose something, it's an opportunity for another door to open. So we might be sitting here thinking that that door is shut, But there's plenty of doors that are going to open for each and every person who's sitting here. And you will look back and say, wow, I can't believe that I have been through that, but I am here today. That entrepreneurial mindset is what we need more in our communities. As a study which was done by economics lecturer at the NMU, Asanda Fodoi, and published in the Daily Dispatch newspaper earlier this year, indicates that as South Africa needs more youth entrepreneurs, we are proud that one of the YMCA's objectives is to address this need. We need to start having a mindset of being self-employed or being business people and creating opportunities and creating employment for other people. We need to let go of the mindset of being employed all the time and relying on a paycheck. There's more that one can do. There's so much talent sitting here. We just need to believe in ourselves that as hard as it is, I will push through and I will do it. And I think Francine is a perfect example of what I am talking about. She comes from a humble beginning, and when I listened to her story, when I heard her story the first time, we were at the boardwalk attending the Tourism Awards. I was in tears when I listened to her story and picturing her journey from where she comes from to where she is today, saying that she would go to work without having money for a taxi to go back and hoping that a guest will give her a tip so that she can be able to go back home. And those are the stories that should encourage us to push forward and to make us want more and to do more. The Nelson Mandela Bay YMCA, which is part of an international non-profit organization, empowers young people in leadership so that they can become change agents and active citizens in their communities. The organization affords opportunities of sustainability and power space to critically think. Gone are those days when you want somebody to do something for you, but we had to critically think and be innovative. There is no such thing as a stupid idea, for as long as the intentions are at the right place. I've seen young people with good ideas, but they did not know what to do with them. Currently, there's a young lady that we're working with. During this past year, this year, she started her own business of doing kids' parties and doing decors and all that. And when she started it, she was doing it for free. She would buy balloons and all this and go to your house and decorate when you have a birthday. And she did not see that as a business. She's been having attending life skill programs with us at the YMCA for a year and a half. And when I heard about her idea, I said to her that, do you know that what you are doing is a business? And it's a business that can put food on your table, a business that can grow and become something that you've never imagined. How many people have birthday parties for our little ones? How many people want those balloons that are the tower of balloons, and we want that? And she started now charging for her services. As I speak to you today, she started her training with Propeller Business Incubator yesterday to train her in business acumen, to train her to see what she's doing and to realize her potential and see that what she's doing is a good business. And to mentor her into the business world and to help her have a business plan and to finally get funding for it or apply for funding for it. And this is a very good story that is unfolding, and I would really love to see where this is going to end. Yes, there's a lot of mentoring that needs to be done. There's a lot of talking that needs to be done. There's a lot of teaching that needs to be done, but hopefully she and other young people will get it and grab the opportunity with both hands and move along with it. As we all try to find solutions, organizations collaborate to strengthen capacity, and we have seen ourselves doing the same with global leadership consultants, opening opportunities to share knowledge, mentor, and prepare those with business ideas for the future. In the past, we never thought collaborations are a thing that needs to be done. We always thought that I have to do something on my own so that I can be seen and take all the credit. But today, collaboration is the way to go, and it's the way to grow. Gone are the days when you become a one-man show. Pulling resources from different people, that's what makes you grow. We should not be selfish. We should learn to share and not be scared that my work will be stolen or I will not have the shine that I deserve. If there's one or two people sitting here who are in the catering business, what's stopping you from coming together and have a business together? You all come with different skills. Not all of you cook umusho, not all of you cook this fancy food that I know, or this fancy food that I do not know. I know the names. There's a guy here who is very good at those fancy names. Something good can come out of that. So far this year, we have embarked on a few interesting collaboration initiatives, which not only develop skills for our youth to become employable, but also shifted thinking to the entrepreneurial space. Our youth today are baking and cooking, learning fine culinary skills. And it goes back to the collaboration that I was talking about. These things, they do that every week, and it's a skill that they will use for the rest of their lives because we cook all the time. And that is thanks to Chef Pagamisa and Chef Miranda, who are sitting in the audience now. And what they're doing, they're not getting paid for it. But they do it because they want to give back, and they've seen that this is something that they can do to empower young people. When one can do that, it shows you where their heart is. And it shows you that they are not only thinking about themselves, but they're thinking about each and every people they come across. And they want to make a difference. They want to make somebody better. The fact that they do not get paid for it, it must tell you a lot, because their vision, it's not to get paid or to get returned now, but they have a holistic view and a vision that this one day will pay off. And I can guarantee you that it will pay off. These are youth who potentially could have ended up on the street corners, begging for money. We see them all the time. They stand on the robots and beg for money. And we should be asking ourselves, what is it that we can do to remove them from that street corner? And now their aspirations have grown to provide catering services to community events. We just need to inspire and motivate our youth, giving them something that makes them believe in themselves. Let them discover their own creativity and skill. And magic happens. Suddenly, there is hope. And it goes back to that hope that Tanya spoke about. Many of our youth in the townships and in the northern areas do not have access to information or anyone to inspire them to take that first step. As individuals, we must take the first step in faith to move forward. We do not have to see the whole staircase, but just take that first step. This is the time to reset, start over, and become the people we are meant to be. But most importantly, not let our circumstances define our destiny. We have been through a terrible time, and we have been through loss, we have been through pain, but we should not let that deter us from our dreams. We should not let that take us away from what we initially wanted to do. There's a saying that says, if you cannot run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. For as long as you don't stop and sit in that one place and do nothing. I think from where we are sitting, we have a lot of reflection to do. From where we are sitting, and I'm with listening to everybody that has been talking here, I am pumped up to go back to the drawing board. I am pumped up to go back and think that what is it now that I am going to do? And I think all of you sitting here, you are going to do the same. We are not going to get out of here demoralized. We're not going to get out of here saying that tomorrow is not what I think it's going to be. But we are going to leave here saying that tomorrow is a new day and I'm going to start over. Thank you. If you have, I said in my speech that we have collaborated with global leadership consultants. And I have said that an idea, there's no such thing as a stupid idea, as a stupid business idea. We are currently piloting a session, a 6 weeks course, where we want anyone with a business idea or anyone who is interested in entrepreneurship to be in touch with us. We take you through that 6 weeks course. You are not going to pay anything because we want to empower you. We want you to take that dream forward. And that course includes you having to sit and listen to people that have walked the road, people with knowledge, and to be mentored by people who are in the industry, and to even help you to be able to have a business plan and apply for funding. So if there's anyone who is interested, please go to drop us a message at our Facebook page Nelson Mandela Bay YMCA, and we will be in touch with you. This course, I would appreciate it if you can do, if you are interested, to drop us a message today, tomorrow, because we were supposed to have started with this. We need to start as soon as we can. So if you have that, please check us on our Facebook page, Nelson Mandela Bay YMCA, and you will also see some of the things, some of the good things that we do with the youth, and maybe you can be one of those people who raise their hands to say that I want to give back to the community and I want to help these kids to be, and shape them to become better people tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Lerato. You know, she was very calm and collected. And ngesixhosa kuthiwa amazwi awafuna ugxotshwa. Uyivalile usisi wethu, guys, with so much of an information that she gave us. Let us go to her Facebook page, inbox there. I saw that so many of us were writing down the information. Well done, guys. Our next speaker from Telkom is not within us today. Mrs. Amanda have apologized with Francina Pipe Kusisi, so she's not joining us today. We'll take maybe one or two questions. If anyone ufunubuza something, you can raise up your hand and I'll come with a mic, I'll sanitize it and come to you. Any question maybe with anyone on the floor, want to ask something, any question from the speakers, any comment, anything, guys? Is anyone? Okay, there is a lady there. Sisi. Thank you very much for asking, Siswam. Okay, over to you.
Greetings to everyone. All protocol observed. I'm not going to ask any question, but I just want to say thank you, Sister Tenji, for inviting me today. I've just lost a husband in September 28th, but today has made me even more strong. I'm very grateful to everyone who have spoken today. I just want to say, you've gave me strength and you pushed me to do the best about my life and everything. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iswam. Thank you very much. Anyone wants to say something? The mic is for you. Before we give it to Kusis Pokazi to do a vote of thanks. I see that there's no hand that is up. This side, Khotman. Okay. We've got a meal in the house, guys. Yes, Khotman. Masumkhona izandla ubuthi. All right. Shoputi. Shoputwam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity. I just have only one question, but before that, I want to also say, me being here has actually given me a rethinking of how I'm going to do things going forward. It's been great. It's been a very good learning experience. We've got even more informed. That's why at times they say, sometimes it doesn't matter how much you know, you learn every day. Even on things that you think you are good at, you can still continue learning. But I wanted to ask you, I think Mrs. Lerato, the last lady, we know that in South Africa we've got the age group challenge. So with the opportunity that she has shared with us, is there any age group limit? Because I know I've passed the youth stage, and in most opportunity, there will be an age limit of 35, and I've passed that. So, but I've got a very good idea that I think you'll also like it if I can approach you guys.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Puti. Okay.
The age group for this is youth, 18 to 35. But I think I'm known for breaking the rules. I don't see anything as an obstacle. So be in touch with me. And then you'll never know. I'll break the rules even 3 times, and then we get there.
All right. Okay. We're going to give the last one for the day. Someone wants to talk or wants to say something. You are the last one for today. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, everyone. I think to me, as everyone has reiterated, I want to say thank you for giving us hope. I mean, Sister Lerato shared that she got her idea to actually write what she was going to speak about today during load shedding. And it was load shedding for me last night that made me realize that it's either you use the opportunity you have or you don't. I wanted to pack my bags and leave your city. I'm going to just drop into my personal life before I actually ask a question. I moved to Port Elizabeth in August with an idea in mind of upskilling my people back home. And I delved into the industry of the culinary arts by virtue of passion and by virtue of my love for education. And I kept on saying to my cousin brother who has lived here for 10 years that your city has brought me heartbreak. Because at every corner where I went around Port Elizabeth, I saw doors being closed. I saw buildings standing, not being used. And I literally said, I don't think there's any place that has broken my heart such as Port Elizabeth. Because when I got here, I saw so much room for life. And it made me want to think, for the life in me, I ran from here to move to Joburg to only come back and realize that we ourselves have been the hindrance of the growth of our cities. Because we move into bigger cities. Oputi was talking about, what's this, Vilakazi. Being in Joburg, I've been in Vilakazi, and the question that I always ask myself, Vilakazi people are selling Xhosa food. They are selling things that I know from home. And why is home not appreciating home? And I realized that I myself was not appreciating home. So I feel like sometimes it's good to actually self-introspect and realize that, are we really investing in our city as much as we claim to be, or is it enough to just speak about, let's invest in our city? Because it took me having to sit down in 2019 in Joburg and decide, I'm going back home on the 24th of December. And I moved into village life. Everyone thought I was crazy. I lived 18 months in a rural town, Kukumu, where I walked to get to work. And for me, I was like, what are we doing for our people? Are we really doing the things that we're saying we want to do? Or are we waiting on the next party? So when I left Umbu, I left it with, I'm going to Port Elizabeth to learn the things that I'm going to upskill my people with. In that saying, I want to ask, in terms of Kucha, is there a limit in terms of infrastructure? Because where I come from, I was an EA, and half of the students that I taught in the school that I was in cannot even read. To make matters worse, we had to fumble for chalk. And here I stand, having to teach them from a map and be like, oh, my first job was actually outside the country. And they don't even know what that means. And those are my people. When I come back home and I speak in an accent that they don't understand, they're like, "Xolo mema skuv buti." And there I am, helping them as an assistant educator to improve their literacy. And the first thing I ask is, where are we failing? We are leaving our people. It's all good and well that we go back to the village, celebrate our graduation, celebrate our marriages, and then leave. But what are we doing for our people? The question that I have, is there a limit in terms of the infrastructure that Kucha does? Are you guys only involved in doing infrastructure for in and around Nelson Mandela Bay? Or is there a set fund that is set for rural development? Because when I left my students, they were like, Miss Mlaza, please don't leave. And I remember saying to them, I'm coming back, but I'm going to come back looking different. I'm going to come back not as your miss, but as someone who's going to give you hope. And every day when I look at their pictures, I'm like, I still think of you. Even if in the place that I am right now, it feels hard. But my end goal is to go back to the people. That's the question I have. Does Kucha have infrastructure budget for outside Gqeberha? And how does one get in touch to assist rural development and the likes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sissy, for that. Am I on? Oh, yes. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you, Sissy, for that question. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do justice in responding to your question. However, I'm gonna try the best that I can. If I'm not responding to your question, I will be able to get you in contact with the right people within the organization who can directly respond to your question. When I mentioned that we are infrastructure, you would know, or some who don't know, our clients are, the government departments mostly, saying Department of Health, where we have to build a clinic. We are an implementing agent. Department of Education, we have to build a school. After it's completed, we hand the school over to the Department of Education, and our liaisons relating to that project will end there. And in saying that, I'm not limiting or taking out what you are asking, because from now here sitting thinking from what you are saying, we have already established relations with these departments. And we know that also within the same departments, there's areas or plan or plights or funds or budgets assigned to the development of their areas. So from us have established a relationship with these institutions, it will just be a continuation of a conversation for us, even if we will be talking a new talk on the table. It's something that has happened before with Kucha. As I was saying to Sisonge now, the function was going, I'm like, you know what, Sisonge, I'm thinking now, what can we do? How can we package the unemployed hospitality, group, and incorporate it to whatever within our investors that are sitting in the IDZ. So we are those people who break the rules where we need to and step out of our normal way of doing things for the good and the benefit of developing others. So I'm going to take what you are saying and have a conversation with my managers, and possibly have further conversations with people who are leading the infrastructure department and people who liaise directly with these departments to see what we can do and listen to you and possibly bring something up to life from what you are saying. All right.
Thanks, Program Director. I just want to, that's such a poignant thought to say that people leave their towns, villages to go into the city, and it's been a problem since time immemorial. We just came out of local government elections, and municipalities, your councillors, are the ones who are supposed to be leading and helping the community formulate the very answers that she said she's looking for. Under COCTA, there's something called MEG, Municipal Infrastructure Grant. And there is almost 2 billion rand unspent for small towns and small town revitalization. And there's a big emphasis now on driving tourism. And you know, if I think about even us as South Africans, when we want to go out and eat, there's something I forgot to, we are busy with what we call the culinary tourism framework for South Africa. When we want to go out and eat, we want to eat sushi and hamburgers and things like that. And, you know, we have the best produce, the best food, but we always want to go and experience something else. So that, from a domestic tourism point of view, we're trying to encourage people to have a picnic in their own backyard. You know, eat from somebody like my one sister there said, you know, you want to order bacon and eggs come to town to eat bacon and eggs. But there's chickens, there's eggs at home. You know, and there's traditional produce and traditional ways of cooking and eating. But when people come, you know, I remember when Prince Harry and Meghan came to South Africa and we were planning their visit, they said, you know, we put them in one and only restaurant, Noble, all these, and they said, that's not what we want to eat. We want to eat South Africa, and we were stuck. Who is a traditional chef? Who can we look for? Because we ourselves are programmed to want Western things, yet our stuff is fantastic. So there's the municipal infrastructure grant for small town revitalization, which remains unspent. So that very councillor that has been recently elected in your village, in your municipality, make him or her work, because the money is there and they need to earn that vote that you gave them. And work in trying to keep business at home, not spending 20, 30 rand to come to town and then another, like Francina had to hope for a tip, when things can happen in our own communities and there's money to do it. So get together, make sure your councillors work and try to access the small town revitalization grant, which is to actually build small towns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys, to everyone. Yo, I'm just flabbergasted, ma'am. You know, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much, Putwam, for the question. Siswam, may your husband's soul rest in peace. Siswam, thank you very much. Kosi Sabapenduleyo, thank you very much for your answer, ma'am, and your input. I appreciate it. Sis Pogazi, please come forward for the vote of thanks. The Acting Director of Tourism, Miss Sipogazi Ngombani. Over to you. Kasim Komenizanju, Sis Pogi. Sis Pogi. All right. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Fundi, copy.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Sanitize.
Thank you.
Awesome.
1, 2. There we are. You know, I'm taking a moment after you just spoke, and it made me realize why I also came back home, which is here, from Joburg, from Durban, from Nelspruit, you can call it. Then it's exactly when I was interviewed for the public relations, promotions and events manager at the Sun Boardwalk, before Sun International turned to Sun. The question they asked me, why do you want to come back? Leaving your grouped customer service you're working for the big flagship of Toho Sun, Monte Casino. And I said, all the skills that I've gained throughout my career, I want to plow back to my city. I want to see my city grow. I want to see the economy of my city grow. So, up to you, Sissy. Thank you so much. Kuthiwani bazadlungisa abanye mhlawumbe zasitha kakube sisixhosa kuthiwani uxhentshe uzombelela because ndivule ndiyavala. So I'll take this opportunity, not fully completely, but I just want to thank our sponsors in making sure ukuthi le event it happened. But before I do that, I think Mr. Van Eyck, the coach, within the tourism sector. Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism, they always hear me. My first line when I speak, I said, I don't work for the tourism industry. I work with the industry. So I'm very glad to hear about they talk about collaboration. And because we won't make it on our own. COVID has given businesses, including the municipality, including government, an opportunity to stop and reflect what has been happening. Rather being good, rather being bad. But COVID, don't take it in the negative manner, take it in a positive manner to say, hey, you are giving me an opportunity around me what is happening. What can I keep? What can I change? What can I tweak? So the COVID, we must all look at, yes, it's been a pandemic where we all are confused. We never came across such a pandemic. We never came to such a disaster. But yet we're given an opportunity without knowing to reflect what we have been doing. Number two, I think in terms of what is happening out of our city. What can we copy? What can we do to tailor-made it to us and fit our market? I think one of the speakers has said, maybe the door that is closed is not closed just because it can be closed, but it's closed for the purpose. Meaning that what we have been doing, when I said we, I include myself, we've been running before knowing what the market wants. We've been thinking what the people want, not hearing from the people what they actually want. So therefore, COVID is giving us that time to sit and listen to the market and listen to the communities as to what they want in making sure we develop and we grow our economy of our city, which then have a repercussion to the country. So I think, I mean, I said earlier on, there's so much youth within the audience. There's a youth who's an MC. There's a youth, a young adults that are carrying huge position. And the journey has not been easy. Even if I'll have to tell my story, I've been sitting there whole day. I actually looked around here. There's an ex-colleague of mine from Sun Boardwalk, Unomsa, who's currently an operations manager at Sun Boardwalk. But then you're looking at that and you see women in particular growing within the tourism industry. So your transformation in terms of positions, in terms of gender within the hospitality and the tourism sector, it is coming all right. We just need to push more in terms of in the business side of things, that transformation to change, because we have to say tourism is dominated and it needs a transformation in terms of businesses. But in terms of employment, we are getting there. So I'm quite happy to be part of this event. I'm quite happy to now have met Merlin, that they can talk to us and give us that hope. I believe the tourism industry, including, which is hospitality, is part of it, is a strong sector. Ungayikunitsha so many times on the pool, it will definitely come back, and it will come back strong. That's exactly what we want to do. We've been given red flags to other countries. Now that we are uplifted and we can be able to market our city, the COVID time, I hope it has given everyone an opportunity to come back with new ideas and new product. It is true, our products are stale. We need to be innovative in making sure we attract people into our city. I was speaking to Marilyn earlier on. I said, we need to have community-based knowledge of accountability when the products are given. I'm glad she talked about it earlier on. Because in our city, there's been a lot of vandalism. And then that takes us 10 steps back. It's either you vandalize electricity, meaning that a particular section won't have electricity, business won't operate, they're losing revenue. What else? The repercussion of that, you lose your job because they cannot hold people. You vandalize the buildings or the products that are here for tourism to attract our people. Then what happens? We go and step back. The resources that were supposed to develop new products or resources that were supposed to be used to develop our city, now it has gone into correction to what we have vandalized. We, as the citizens of Nelson Mandela Bay, we need to take ownership of our city. We need to take ownership of the resources that the city has. And it doesn't start with the person who's doing vandalism, it starts within you. If you take ownership, you'll be able to teach your child to teach another one, you teach your neighbor, it goes on and goes on and goes on, where everybody here become a tourist ambassador of the city. We can sell the city, but when a person steps a foot within the city, you need to tell them where to go and explore. It is true, Eastern Cape is rich with history. Eastern Cape is rich with products, but we're not utilizing it. And we cannot do it. Government can't do it on its own. It needs me, it needs you, it needs you. And the more that the industry grows together with the government, will make it possible. So in those words, I just want to thank the sponsors of this event. Firstly, I want to thank Mrs. Francine for making sure that we've got these people. We've got such privilege to have someone from National, we've got someone from Kucha, from the recruitment side, to tell you, come, bring in your CV. Because the purpose is not only to say, engage or get hope only. The purpose is to say, if I was a receptionist and I lost my job, but I can be a teller and I can be a good one, because I've got a customer service that is beyond a normal teller. So it means that I can translate, or I can transform myself from the hospitality into retail. So that's why I'm saying COVID has given us time to look and reflect, because sometimes you might think that you were in the hospitality for so long, but you took that job because it was just a job. But now look at yourself, introspection, and see what are other capabilities. Maybe you are an entrepreneur. So those are the things that we're looking at. So this is not just what's giving hope. Mrs. Francine has given us an opportunity to think out of the box. So I want to give her a round of applause to say thank you. And I want to say thank you to my sister, MBDA, which is Mandela Bay Development Agency. Work very close with the institution. They are the agency of the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, for hosting us here, for making sure that this program is live. If you couldn't make it, but you can be at your comfort of your home and be able to see and hear all these ideas and all these channels that have been produced in front of us. And also the sound, the MC. Thank you, Putuam. You're doing a very good job. Thank you for that. Usually they say you don't thank yourself, but I am thanking the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality for making sure that we work with Sister Francina in making sure that this event, it happens. We do deliver the hope. We do prop those mind of yours and just move it a little bit so that you can think out of your box and you can stretch your capacity. And I'd also like to thank the Nelson Mandela Bay Communications in making sure what we are doing here, it doesn't stay within this room. It goes out to the community, even out of Nelson Mandela Bay. And I would like to thank Standard Bank for being a partner with Mrs. Francina for all these years. And they've given her platform being to be part of the business woman, and also to making sure that they are here today and giving those opportunities, things that they're actually doing that I was not aware of, that we can sell it out to our youth, we can sell it out to the entrepreneurs who comes to our doors, because they are running good programs that people can leverage out of it. Also, Sunset Gardens, Rainbow Guest House, of course, the province, Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism, National Department of Tourism, and all the speakers, Ukucha, being here, Sunrise, I was there when you were launching. It's a beautiful establishment, and I'm pleased to see I've met the previous GM. It's nice to know that people like you can hold such positions and they will make the best out of it. All the speakers that are here, everything that you have said is very profound. And I'm hoping whatever you have said, it have landed in the fertile soil so that they can take it and make it a production out of it. Also, with that, we had Herald earlier on here. So I would like to thank the media. Oduma, our son, guys, at the back. Nico, please give them a round of applause. Cameraman as well, in making sure that everyone do see us. I won't close it. I'm just here thanking all these people, including Mrs. Francina. But I've got a special guest to thank you and to close the program fully. I've got the coach, the man, the coach of tourism, Mr. Sean Van Eck, to come and thank you specifically and also just to give 1 or 2 words in terms of the way forward within the tourism sector. Over to you, Sean.
Ngosi, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sipakazi. I must tell you that I'm quite emotional today. I think of our partners, Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism, the EDTA at the municipality, the guys here at MBDA, my team at Nelson Mandela Bay Tourism. Our hearts have broken day after day after day as we've watched tourism product struggle, where we sat last December and it was announced that our beaches would be closed, and I saw bookings disappear out of people's establishments. And Francina, today you have given us all hope again. You have put all of you beautiful people in front of us and made us feel, and I know Maylene will feel the same, we feel encouraged. We ready to get back into the saddle or stay in the saddle, and in fact we'll go on an even wilder horse and get out there and do things. I want to, I love the way we started today saying a prayer, and folks quoting from the Bible. So if I may, I'm going to do that as well. I loved your talk, your person talk today about us encouraging ourselves and being the hope for ourselves. And there are 2 sides that I'd like to add to that. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, hopefully you're going to feel hugely hopeful out of today. And also, I know that all of us are committed to making things better each and every day. And I'll tell you 1 or 2 of those things in a moment. But obviously our Father is there to help us in those mornings. And he has a little promise that made a huge difference in my life that I'd like you to accept today. It comes from Psalms 32:8. And listen to that. It's such an awesome promise. I will guide you along the best pathway for your life. I will advise you and watch over you. I'm going to say that again. I will guide you along the best pathway for your life. I will advise you and watch over you. And what more could we want? Eh? So from my point of view, I'm committed to Francine, us being together in 6 months again and seeing what's happened. And all of you must hold us accountable. We can't walk out of here today and in 6 months' time not have made something very different and have things sparking along. There are 2 things I want to mention, and I'm really happy because they link to what Maylene said earlier on, but they've been a passion of mine for a couple of years. The first one is that things have changed for us. We don't need a big budget and big attractions where people queue anymore. People, and listen to this because it should guide what you do. People are looking for personal, immersive, conversational experiences where they get hands-on and they get into the local culture and the local people and what happens here. So think about that when you are starting, especially the ladies, to be inspired to put your tours together and that. The new way that tourism gets marketed is not only by putting brochures out and doing websites and all of that. Our biggest promoters are our tourists who come to us. If they post on social media about us and they recommend us on TripAdvisor and things like that, that is worth 10 times more, 50 times more than placing an advert. So if we can touch them, if we can touch their emotions, and I know you can, they're going to do the job for us. Imagine that, huh? Imagine having a marketing team all over the world who tell people good things about us. In fact, I've got a challenge for us today. Maybe we can pursue that, and it can be part of how we follow up in unpacking this. How about each and every one of us? I need you to be engaged with me on this. How about each and every one of us committing to saying we will strive that within a year, Nelson Mandela Bay, and I'm going to refer very much to the Township Tourism, our local Moments brand as well, that we will be in the top 3 most recommended destinations in Africa. How does that sound, guys? The top 3 most recommended destinations. If we get recommended and people are passionate about us, we don't have to do anything else. We're right there. And we'll talk more about that as we go along as well. The second thing that makes me really hopeful, and I've got to pay wonderful dues to the EDTA at the municipality, is last year, Duma knows about this as well, last year we did a township tourism product development plan, and council has now approved money towards that. So all of the township development forums who we've been training and meeting with have nominated Warmer Township as the first township that we'll start implementing some of these systems in. And we've already started. I mean, how nice is this? Warmer, from what we can find, is the only township in South Africa that wasn't forcibly removed, that stayed in the middle of the so-called white areas. So we're branding Warmer the one that got away. And we're going to build the whole brand of Warmer around that theme. And there's some beautiful stuff. We're using drama students from a new drama school there that's been opened by an NGO. And instead of the tour operator just talking the whole time, they're going to dress up in character of whatever we're talking about, and they're going to jump on the bus and tell the story and be the story and let people experience that. So those are the types of exciting things we're going to do. We're going to have a Madiba route where we look into the, not in Warmer, in one of the others, where we look into what made Madiba special. Yeah, we know he was great and he did good things in that, but deep down, what made him an incredible human being? And use those as inspirations and give crafters opportunities. I'll speak more about this to you sometime, but I want you to know that our township tourism is going to be, it's going to be right up there with any other township tourism. We're going to do it differently to others. We're going to have our own character, but yes, it's exciting. And then Maylene touched on the other thing, which I'd pretty much like to close with. She spoke about us liking other stuff. And we've done that a lot in Nelson Mandela Bay. We've become a copycat. We do what everyone else does. And it's time for that to change. If you're not quite sure what I'm talking about, go onto the website and Google restaurants or eating out or whatever in Nelson Mandela Bay. There is sushi, there is pasta, there is German, there is everything but what is ours. What makes us special? What will make a tourist in future when they come here say, and their friends say to them, what is the food like in Nelson Mandela Bay? The difference between saying, ugh, same as everywhere else, which is what it is at the moment, or saying, I tasted food that told me stories about the culture of Nelson Mandela Bay. And that's what we've got to find. Everything that we do, our crafts and everything else, and we're going to drive what we call our Bay Authenticity Drive. It's part of what EDTA is we're going to work with them on. So I just want to add the last little bit to what you've heard today, that it's not just talk and the opportunities are there, it's going to happen. And Sipakazi and Francine and everyone, maybe we can get together after the season and present the Township Development Tourism Plan to you folks. I think you will do, I'll even try, do, what are those things? Cartwheels. I don't do cartwheels very well because my arm goes too low and I fall. But yeah, you will be seriously excited by it. So if I can leave you with that, if I can leave you, and Francine, you're an incredible inspiration to me. I absolutely love what you show to us. And things are happening, guys. Can you put your hand up if you have hope for the next year? Can you join me? Okay, there we go. I'm going to wave as well because it's good to wave. You know what? You guys now come with this thing of touching elbows and think it's something new. I've been doing it for 40 years. It's called a high two, huh? High two. So whenever you see me, this is squishy. That's what the kids call my arm. And you can come up and say, high two, squishy. Okay. But let me leave you with those two things. It is Nelson Mandela Bay's time. All of the trends, everything is pointing towards us now. We don't need huge budgets. We don't need table mountains where people queue up. We just need you guys and the rest of the industry to touch people, to touch their emotions and make them our friends, who will then post on Facebook. One last little thing which blew me away, and this will give you an idea of that. Now think about this. There was a survey of Facebook users, and they found that 52%, 1 in 2, people on Facebook who went to a new destination, like Nelson Mandela Bay, went to a place they'd never been to before, did so based on the recommendation and posts of their friends. And how powerful is that? So we don't need to be out there, having bigger ads than anyone else. We need us with those visitors. Does it make sense? You do that for me and for us? We're a team, folks, and let me just take you back to that. I will guide you along the best pathway for your life. I will advise you and watch over you. And that's what's going to happen over the next year. We are going to be a team. I don't want to stand up here and do we are a team and everything, because today belongs to Francine and everyone else. But I promise you from the bottom of my arm that we are going to make things happen. And I know that the rest of the folks, Sipakazi, Duma, Francine, everyone, is totally committed to that. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to jump up here. I have loved this metro and our towns around. We're working in Grahamstown at the moment, Makana, thanks to Duma. We are going to become world famous, guys. You're going to become world famous because we're going to do it. Okay, thank you. Ta. Thanks, Sensei.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Without wasting any time, my name is Liolo Tandani from Izwitepai, Ekabecha. I want to say thank you very much to everyone that came today, to Sis Francina and her team, to all the speakers, Sesebulelo Sisi. Bengcela nje kulo ndawo kuyo uthobe nje inhloko, and then we're about to pray. Egameni loyise nelonyana nomoya engcwele, Thixo wethu kumkani kakumkani bese ukucelile ungena kwethu Thixo wethu. Now sonina nini sibuyisela izinto kuwe somandla, sibavile abantwana bakho bethetha Thixo wethu, naba Thixo wethu abantu abangaphangeliyo Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu abantu bebeshiwe Thixo wethu ngabantu ababathandayo Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu moya ingcwele kumkani kakumkani, they have lost hope Thixo wethu. Thixo wethu siyacela ke sonina nini xa bephuma Thixo wethu kweligumbi somandla, Thixo wethu phuma nabo Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu moya ingcwele xa memane befaka ezo CV Thixo wethu hamba nabo endleleni kumkani kakumkani Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu kumkani kakumkani siya kwinyanga ebhizi Thixo wethu. Abanye Thixo wethu abayazi ukuba bazawutya ntoni Thixo wethu kwiChristmas Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu hamba nabo Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu hamba sisi Thixo wethu nosis Francina Thixo wethu kule journey Thixo wethu ayihambayo Thixo wethu. Siyazi ke moya ingcwele ngamanye amaxesha uba iyadinwa endleleni Thixo wethu. Thixo wethu sicela unyaka ka-2022 Thixo wethu angabi the same with 2021 Thixo wethu. Makwenzeka izinto ezahlukeneyo Thixo wethu. We pray Thixo wethu the leaders Thixo zaseNelson Mandela Bay Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu zenze imisebenzi ebonakalayo Thixo wethu. We pray for the mayor Thixo wethu, Thixo wethu we pray for everyone Thixo wethu within the industry Thixo wethu tourism Thixo wethu. God bless us all Thixo wethu. Sikela ke Thixo wethu umthandazo wami Thixo wethu, uzubabala ufefelo wethu Thixo wethu lomoya ingcwele luhlale kuthi sonke adabuye inkosi yethu. Amen. Kubenjalo kute. Ningahambi guys. Ningahambi. Ningahambi, stay where you seated. Nute kubengu napa kate. Guys, let us ngahambi. I think Mrs. Francis